back here, I will put it in the chat for everybody who's in the meeting. Ms. Robinson, the floor is yours to recognize Mr. Mosley, if you'd like.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I want to thank you. Do we have a quorum?
We do have a quorum present, ma'am.
We have a quorum. All right, thank you so much. Certainly, I want to welcome all the executive committee members to this meeting this evening. Hopefully, we will be able to handle the business that needs to be handled, so we can make sure that we have our county committee in place. And I trust that all of the executive committee members have filled their vacancies as we discussed the other evening. We had a very extensive meeting a couple of nights ago with the task force with the executive committee. So I'm hopeful that we will be able to expedite this meeting as well. I understand that Assemblymember Mosley would like to be heard at this particular time. Assemblymember Mosley.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, I just have one thing I have to deal with because of conflicts with some personal matters. I was not able to submit my complete list, complement my female leaders list for county committee, and will have it ready tomorrow morning. I know that the deadline was set for this afternoon, so I just wanted to see if I could submit it tomorrow morning. And from there, unfortunately, I have to have a 7:30 appointment, and I will be handing my proxy to Ms. Boykin, my female leader, for matters that require a vote. So I just wanted to bring that matter to the body in an effort to complete our county committee list for the 57th.
I think Mr. Mosley's request, I believe I'm going to make a motion to table this for a week to allow Mr. Mosley and other members who may not have been able to fill their list to be given ample time to do so. So I have a motion to table for 1 week.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Doug. Excuse me.
Yes.
Go there. Excuse me, Doug.
Yes.
You have a motion you want, and I wanted to hear from Maslow in terms of what is our timetable.
Who did you want to hear from? Oh, Aaron. Okay, sorry.
Madam Chair, we're Ms. Robinson, I'm having a little difficulty hearing you. It's like a metallic sound, and I see a couple other people nodding their heads. Perhaps if you were closer to the microphone, I'm not sure. And there's also someone has some back noise.
Please mute your line if you're not speaking.
Okay, Ms. Robinson, do you want to do a test if we could hear you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, fine. I had asked Aaron, what I had asked for was a timeline in terms of Assemblymember Mosley had asked if he could submit tomorrow. He said it would be ready. So I want to know, what is our timeline for reception?
We're in the midst of compiling these. They have to go into a database. We have thousands of names, and we have to send these out. We have to just send these out and get this ready for the mailing house and all sorts of details. To delay this 1 week, I believe, would delay sending the mail out. The rule that was adopted did require that things be submitted by the deadline as designated.
I'm sorry. There was a motion on the table, and I'm getting a speech, and there's not supposed to be debate on the motion, and certainly by not somebody.
I was asked by the chair. I was asked by the chair to explain.
You were asked a very simple question. What's the timeline? When is the meeting? How many days in advance? I don't care what it's going to take to send it out. What it's just answer the question, and the people that are here to vote will take the vote. But this is not your opportunity to give a speech.
You're here.
I was answering the question, Mr.
No,
Schneider.
you weren't.
Yes, I was.
You were
I was
trying to
answering the
explain
question.
why we can't do it, Mr. Maslow. Just tell the truth. Just be open about
I
it.
have been open
That
for
would
my
be-
foot.
that would be a
Mr. Schneider,
change.
I have been
That would be a
open for
change.
45 years
Oh,
in
come
politics.
on. You
45
can't- you
years.
can't-
Don't
Okay, yeah,
accuse
this
me
has
of
been
not
an
being
open
open.
process.
All right, I'm not
Open
going to
process.
argue with you. I'm not going to argue with
That's
you.
exactly right. You're not.
Let's have the order here. Mrs. Schneider,
Request
let's
that
have
if
some
you're not a
order.
district leader, let's let the district leaders handle this.
Excuse me, Mrs. Schneider. Leader Schneider, he is acting on our behalf. I asked him what was the timeline so that we would have an opportunity to give a response to Assembly Member Mosley. That's why I asked the question, responding to the question that I asked.
And
So, would
after
you
a
please
5-minute
allow
speech,
him
we
to
still
give
don't
a
have an
response?
answer. What? Just tell us when the meeting is. Tell us what the legal requirement is for sending out the notice. That's all that we need, Aaron. That's all that we need.
Listen, Doug, let him respond, please. Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, what is
Mr.
your,
Maslow, would you continue, please?
I'm going to ask you, because of me being bullied by Mr. Schneider, I'm going to ask you to pose a direct question to me.
Okay, bullied by Mr. Schneider, Aaron, you've been bullying this entire task force, this entire group, in order to
Doug,
perpetrate
please
a
stop
sham.
interrupting.
I'm sorry, I was just called a bully, and I'm not going to settle for that, especially for somebody that doesn't belong on the call.
I
Okay,
got
if you don't
Doug
want me
back
on the
in.
call,
Doug
okay,
is totally correct. If he's going to be called a bully by somebody who's not even a district leader, he has an absolute right to respond.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm nitpicking.
May we have some order in this meeting, please?
if you want me to leave the meeting, I'll do so. Is that what you want, Mr. Schneider?
Aaron,
You don't leave the
Aaron,
meeting
would you-
according to what Doug Schneider wants, okay? Leave the meeting according to what the leadership is saying. I wish everybody would stop showboating and let's move this meeting along.
Thank you. Would you continue, Aaron, please?
Here, here.
Thank you.
My understanding is Mr. Harkavy is starting to enter the names either tonight or tomorrow so that we have a mailing list for the meeting. As far as the date of the meeting, there is no specific date set because we are trying to work with the vendor in order to see what can be worked out the actual date. So I cannot give you an exact date. They are in communication with a vendor, a vote counting vendor, and we have to work out what date works in sync. So I cannot give a date of the meeting. In terms of getting ready for the meeting, the names have to be entered into the database. Mr. Harkavy, and then it has to be shifted to a mailing house. Mr. Harkavy was supposed to start compiling it tomorrow, as far as my understanding is concerned.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maslow. So now go to Jonathan Harkavy. Can you tell me whether or not we will be able to accommodate Assembly Member Mosley?
Ma'am, the rules were noon today. We had people, we followed the rules. I was told noon today. I'm going to start compiling this tonight. There is that, that's what I was told. I believe we're trying to get this done. We'd like to file this tomorrow. We got 20 out of 21 assembly districts and most of the leaders who got it. But ultimately, I see a bunch of hands going up. I apologize because now my computer is lighting up. Let me just admit.
So we must move on Doug's motion. We have to move, we have to respond to that.
Point of order.
Where we're trying to get some information.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes.
Jonathan, are you aware of a reason for an accelerated date? Is there any reason that this date could not be moved back by a week? Is there a legal reason for us not to move this date? Is there anything constricting us other than our own choice to move this date?
I can't answer that question. I was given the date in the rules that were specified. This was the date. noon was the deadline. I was told to bring
So
everything in
You're aware
and
of
work with
you're
as
aware of
many
nothing.
leaders as I could to achieve unanimity.
Didn't the judge in his order say we had to have a meeting within 45 days of his ruling?
Yeah, but this is not a meeting.
And if he did say it was 45 days, it'd be very simple to just count out 45 days and then back up how long it takes to do to get the mail to the vendor and for Jonathan to put it together.
As we recall, the parties sue again and appeal that decision. So it's contradictory, but yes, whatever.
I'm sorry, what was that, Sammy? Sammy, what did you say?
Sammy, repeat your comment.
Please.
The comment is the irony or that we're trying to push this nominations in a very short speed time, arguing or claiming that we have 45 days to host the organizational meeting because a judge said so, but we actually, well, the party, because I do not agree to that, appealed that decision in court to say that we should not have hosted the meeting. To begin with, we have not heard from that we are going to host the organizational meeting. So there's no plan for the organizational meeting. If we are hosting in it within the 45 days or by the court, it would be great to know. So then this rush timeline will make sense for us to make some sense to appoint file this nomination. So if that's the plan, that will make sense. But it would be great to have some guidance as to which stance are we taking. Are we continuing to appeal the court and not having the organizational meeting, or are we having it? Thank you. That's the comment, respectfully.
Madam Chair, I think that I think my understanding is that the judge said we had to have a meeting within 45 days of his ruling. We appealed that. We haven't gotten the appeal hasn't. I'm not a lawyer, so if I'm not using correct terminology, somebody can correct me. But we haven't heard that the appeal is going to be heard. So if the appeal is not heard, we have to act on Judge Walker's decision, not a possible appeal. So that's the reason for the expedited process.
Again, without a date that we're aiming for, it's impossible to ascertain whether or not we have another week. So
But you have to go under the assumption that without a date, you do have a date. You have Judge Walker's date.
Well, what's the date then, Joe? Tell me what the
It was my understanding. I wasn't there, Josh. Slow down.
I know.
My understanding, it was 45 days from the day he made his ruling. Now, I don't know what day he made the ruling.
I do. The answer to the question is the meeting has to be held no later than December 11th.
Okay. So we have to have it. So there you go. We have to, otherwise we're in violation of a court. So do we have a second to
Wait, hold on, Joe. Wait, hold on. Before you do that, if that is legit, if it's logistically impossible to do a week, but it is logistically possible to do 3 days, then I'll revise it to 3 days. That's the issue, right? The issue is how many days notice does the meeting have to be made on? And can we give more time for county state committee members, whether Walter Mosley, whether myself, whether anybody else, to be able to submit their full list and still be in compliance with Judge Walker's order?
Yeah, well, I don't want to debate that with you. I don't want to debate that with you because a motion to table, as we learned the other night, doesn't allow for debate.
So here's what I'm going to do then. I'm going to make that motion. If it fails, I'll do 6 days. If it fails, I'll do 5. Or we could just figure out now what the legal requirement is, as I think we started out with, and work back from that. So now that we know that the meeting has to be held no later than December 11th, Okay, when, Jonathan, would the meeting notice need to be sent out?
I'd like to make a motion also.
There's a motion to table. Do we have a second for that motion?
I second.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Josh Scala.
Josh, second.
Josh Scaller, seconded.
I'd like to make a
Can
motion.
we,
We'll take a vote on this motion, then Lori Maslow has a motion. I'm going to call the roll, please. If people can mute, I'm going to call the roll. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Brad Reed?
So a yes would be in favor of Doug's motion to postpone, and no
Yeah.
would be against.
Yes.
All right, so no.
Lori Maslow?
No.
Josh Pierre, proxy, Rodney Spachat, proxy, Lori Maslow.
Ask them. Get in the picture.
You come on in the picture.
Where's Lori?
Lori, you get to vote for Josh.
No.
Rodney Spachat, proxy, Lori Maslow.
No.
Edu Hermelin?
No.
Shirley Patterson, proxy, Edu Hermelin.
No.
Doug Schneider?
Yes.
Lori Citron Nipel?
Yes.
Margarita Kagan, proxy, Rodney Spachat, proxy, Lori Maslow.
No.
Ari Kagan.
No.
Dion Jordan?
This is right.
No.
Mark Traeger, proxy, Rodney Spachat, Lori Maslow.
No.
Nancy Tong?
No.
Charlie Ragusa, proxy, Nancy Tong.
No.
Sharon Fuchs.
No.
David Schwartz.
No.
Joseph Bova.
No.
Tori Kelly, proxy, Joseph Bova.
No.
Emil Bazile.
Yes.
Christine Naplatarski.
Yes.
Arelis Martinez. Arelis Martinez, proxy, Rodney Spachat, proxy, Lori Maslow.
No.
Julio Pena.
Yes.
Okay. Jesse Pierce.
Yes to table.
Josh Scaller.
Yes, to the table.
Sammy Olivares. Sammy?
I think he's frozen.
Sammy, you're muted.
No, he's not.
He's frozen.
He may be frozen. Why don't we put him on this, let him pass and we'll go back.
We'll come back to Sammy. Hold on one second. Okay. Maritza Davila. Eric Delan.
No.
Arlene Alvarado McCalla.
No.
Darlene Mealy. Darlene Mealy. We'll skip Darlene. Anthony Jones, proxy, Sue-Ann Partnow.
No.
Annette Robinson. Darlene?
I'm sorry, no.
Anthony Jones, proxy, Sue-Ann. Darlene Mealy is a no. Annette Robinson.
No.
Henry Butler.
No.
Shaquana Boykin.
Yes to table.
Walter
No.
Mosley, proxy, Shaquana Boykin.
Yes to
Annette
table.
Robinson. Corey Provost.
Sorry, no.
Anthony Jones, proxy. Darlene Mealy is a no. Annette Robinson. I guess somebody's on delay. Darlene, can you mute yourself? Henry Butler.
No.
I'm sorry. So Corey Provost. Melba Brown, proxy, Rodney Spachat. Oh, sorry, Melba's here. Melba. Melba, *9 to unmute yourself.
Tammy's back.
Sammy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Melba Brown, proxy Rodney Spachat, proxy Lori Maslow. Lori, how do you vote for Melba?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I
Frank
didn't-
Sedio?
Unmute himself.
Star 9 to unmute yourself. Frank Sedio, proxy Annette Robinson.
No.
Sue Ann Partnow.
No.
Charles Barron.
Yes.
Inez Barron.
Yes.
Christopher McCrate, proxy Rodney Spachat, proxy Lori Maslow.
No.
Joanne Seminara, proxy Josh Scalar.
Yes.
Okay. The motion fails 13-4, 27 opposed. I believe Miss Lori Maslow had another motion.
Yes, I do have another motion to put out. To suspend the rules to allow Walter Mosley to submit his county committee names, excuse me, by 5 p.m. tomorrow, and by unanimous consent to allow all of us, all state committee members, to submit only their at-large nominations by Saturday night, 9 p.m.
All right, if I may, I'll just repeat the motion. The motion is to allow Mr. Mosley by 5 p.m. tomorrow to submit his vacancies and to allow all state committee members who have not filled their at-large things to fill them to us by Saturday night.
Right, and by unanimous consent.
Ms. Robinson, if you don't mind me asking, I will do it. Is there a second on this motion?
I'll second.
Brad, second. I will call the roll, or actually, she asked for unanimous consent. Do we have unanimous consent to suspend the rules, allow Walter Mosley to submit his names for 5 o'clock tomorrow, and to allow all state committee members who have not filled their 4 at-large slots to have till Saturday to fill those?
Why not?
Is there any objections to that motion?
Can I get a point of
Discussion on the
information?
motion, please? Why is there no discussion on the motion?
I'm sorry, we have discussion, and we have a request for discussion on the motion. Let me just, Ms. Robinson, do you want to take back and recognize Josh and then Doug?
Okay, there's discussion on the motion. Recognize Josh.
All right, thank you, Annette. I think these two are completely unrelated topics and should be separated entirely. Combining them as a single motion is problematic. The at-large positions, giving an extra couple days to fill them, I think is insufficient for most of us. I would like to see these motions split.
What did you say? What did you say, Josh?
These motions are, this individual motion has two completely unrelated pieces to it. The motion to allow an individual assembly member more time than the rest of us is one motion, and or one idea. And the idea that
Yes, you just came in as Frank's iPad. Hold on.
I'm sorry, Jonathan, is it? Okay. So we have one idea, which is that an individual assembly member should be granted more time than the rest of us to fill positions. And that's one idea. A second idea is that we should all be granted more time to fill the at-large positions. These are two very separate subjects, and I think they need to be split.
Okay, I do agree on that, Josh, and they should be split. So the first one is to suspend the rules right now and to allow Walter Mosley time until 5 p.m. tomorrow. He's requesting that extra time to submit his names. And the second motion is that all of us who have not submitted yet or who have not been able to fill the at-large positions only by unanimous consent that we all have until 9 p.m. Saturday evening. So yes, Josh, I'm gonna agree with you. Two motions.
Can it be for
You only
everybody?
have one at a time. So which one is it?
So let's do Walter Mosley
Sorry.
5 p.m. tomorrow, giving Rita the extra time.
Is there a second of the motion?
I have a question.
Sure.
I don't know if somebody just clarified this, but is this for everybody to have a chance to submit by 5 p.m. tomorrow and then the at-large on Saturday, or just?
This is just for Assemblymember Mosley, your co-leader, at his request.
Okay.
I will second if you don't have a second.
Mr. Bova seconds. Is there anybody want to have a discussion on this motion?
I have a question.
Okay, Ms. Robinson is still muted, so since I see you say the word Shirley Patterson, I will recognize Shirley Patterson for a question, and then Josh Scalar next.
So, are we saying that all of us now have until Saturday, but Walter only has until 5 o'clock tomorrow?
No, ma'am. What we're saying, if I may answer this, what we're saying is that Walter has, this motion is just to allow Walter till 5 o'clock tomorrow to submit his members, his additional names up to the vacancy limit in his assembly district.
Okay, so what else are we submitting up to Saturday? I'm a little confused.
That's a second motion. That would be allow you to fill, there's 4 at-large slots, but let's just deal with this first motion.
Oh, that's
Okay.
that's two different things.
Two separate things per the request of one of your co-leaders.
Are you clear now, Shirley?
So you're talking about county committee for Walter and at-large 4 spots for Saturday.
Yes.
That's what this is?
No, this is one motion. Right now, we're just dealing with Walter Mosley till 5 o'clock tomorrow. Ms. Robinson, Jessie Pierce had her hand up next.
Go ahead. Jessie Pierce, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan and Ms. Robinson. I'm actually going to pass to Josh because my question was around the extension for the at-large seats, so I'm going to yield.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I can't properly assess this motion until I understand. I would like to make sure that all of our leaders, everybody who's part of this committee, has had ample time to submit their county committee. Walter has come forward and said that this was an unreasonably short window for him to accomplish that. I thoroughly agree. In the 52nd, we were very lucky to get ours across, but as Jonathan will tell you, it was pretty close to the wire. So I want to make sure that all of our district leaders have had time and not just limit this to Walter. So I can't go by unanimous consent if it's only Walter. I would like to expand this motion and cover every district leader who has not gotten theirs in yet. Thank you. And Jonathan, can you answer that question? Has everybody other than the 57th gotten theirs in?
Yes. Everybody who is intending to send it in, except for Walter, has given me theirs.
And was everybody given the same amount of notice, the 2.5 day notice, or did other people know ahead of time?
I sent out the meeting notice to everybody at the same time.
It's Lori Maslow's.
That's not what I asked.
It's Lori Maslow's motion, so she gets to determine exactly how she wants her motion to be.
I'm just telling you, I won't unanimously consent unless I have an understanding. So she won't get it.
Fully understand, but we can't tell her how to do her motion.
I'm not telling her how to do her motion. I'm asking questions, and that's legitimate. Sorry.
Okay, but before you had asked that it should be split into two. And I did agree with you. So now that isn't good enough. And in respect to my fellow executive member committee members, my fellow district leaders, I recognize that Walter Mosley came forward and being respectful and saying that he needs a couple of more hours to get his county committee in. But in reality, let's face it, all of us have known that we had to fill vacancies and get this county committee going, and the list constantly being updated since October, September, and in the 41st, Brad and I and our club members, that's exactly what we have been doing. We have been working on this piece since October. We have all known that the county committee had to be filled. It's not like we're all getting 2.5 days notice. Those of us that are here know that this has been done in advance and that we know this. So to already say after I agree, split the motion, and now you're asking did everybody have the exact same time?
Did not ask that. That's a misrepresentation of what I just said. What I wanted to ascertain was who has not gotten theirs in yet. Jonathan kindly answered that, and he said that the 57th was the only one, so there's not a problem here.
So let's move on the motion. Let's move on the motion.
My answer
Can
was
we move on the motion?
Thank you.
Let's move on the motion.
The question, please.
Ms. Robinson, we have,
Jonathan, call the roll.
Ms. Robinson, we have
Call
four
the roll
hands.
on-
We have 4 hands raised. Do you want to do the hands or you want to call the roll?
Let's call the roll, please. Let's call the roll.
Okay, on a motion to allow Walter Mosley to have to.
Wait a minute. You can't say, do you want to do the hands or the motion when there's discussion on the motion. You can't just ignore the hands. If you want to say, if people can have discussion if it's on the motion, you can't just squash discussion and say, let's go to the roll. Because we are right now, we on the topic of discussion on the motion. And we have our hands raised and we should be heard.
Mrs. Robinson, would you like me in the order in which they, would you like me to call them in the order in which they raised their hands?
Jonathan, let those that have
Yes.
their hands raised to have discussion on this motion. Would you proceed with that, please? And then we go to the roll call.
Okay,
Right.
Doug Snyder had his hand up first.
Thank you. I just have
Go ahead.
a simple question as to why we need to break it into 2 different dates and why we couldn't just allow everybody till Saturday to do it. If it's a question, if it's I just want to know why. Is there an actual reason in terms of our ability to function and our ability to meet deadlines that we have to have different deadlines for different district leaders as opposed to having one uniform deadline for everybody, which based upon Ms. Maslow's motion, which I appreciate, could be Saturday. I would like to know, number one, if there is a reason why we're doing Thursday and Saturday, and number two, whether or not Ms. Maslow will consider amending the amendment that she made, or the motion that she made, so that Mr. Mosley and everybody else can have until Saturday to file their lists.
May I answer that?
Go ahead, Lori.
It's like being in college. So you have a deadline of a paper to hand in, and something happens, and you can't get the paper in on time. And you go to the professor, and you privately speak to the professor, and you explain why you can't get it in on time, and you ask for an additional 24 hours. That basically is what Walter is asking for. He came out in front of us, honest, and I appreciate that. And being respectful and being part of this body, I feel that tomorrow, 5 o'clock, is reasonable. And all of us have gotten it in. Our county committee members, we may have all had trouble filling the at-large ones, but we have met the deadline. And so therefore, a deadline is a deadline. But like a college professor and a student coming forward and saying, listen, something happened. I need an extra 24. That's what Mr. Mosley is asking for. And I'd like to get honor that as a member of this committee and recognizing that we are all human working under pandemic conditions. And out of respect for Walter Mosley, I want to do that.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Lori. Jonathan, are there any more hands up?
Mr. Barron, I don't know if it's Mr. or Mrs. Barron has their hand up, but the Barrons have their hand
Well,
up.
I am Mr. Inez Barron. So
You guys are logged in as a single person, so I didn't know which one of you raised the hand.
So I just wanted to say I had the same concern that Josh had raised. So I just want to reiterate, Jonathan, you said no one else needs any more time. No one else requested any more time.
Nobody else, let me clarify, nobody else has asked me for more time.
And all of the other districts are in.
Yes, the only one who today has asked for more time is Walter Mosley. Every other district but the 58th, which didn't submit but also didn't ask for more time, has been submitted today, including multiple iterations from some assembly districts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barron.
Thank you very much. Are there any more hands up, Jonathan?
Yeah, yes, we have Julio Pena and then Brian Reed.
Thank you. I think, with respect to what Lori was saying, I think the feeling is also that even though, Assemblymember Mosley was the only person to indicate that he needed more time, and there are many other folks who perhaps have done this several times. I can only speak for myself, but I'm sure other folks have, are expressing this as well. I think 48 hours notice to fill 3,000 plus vacancies, plus, the newly formed 84 historic vacancies, I don't think is an appropriate amount of time to.
What's this got to do with this? Yeah.
Excuse me?
We're voting on whether or not Walter Mosley gets to get an extra day. You're either in favor of it or you're not.
Excuse me, Frank. You're out of order. Let Julio finish. Order.
You don't need to get. You don't get the right.
Excuse me. Point of order. Julio is speaking. Excuse me.
You had since June.
Excuse me. You're interrupting. Out of order. Please let the chair moderate the conversation. You are interrupting.
We got it done in July.
Somebody mute.
Are you done, Frank?
I'm done.
Okay. I'd like to wait a second. I'd like to know why you're saying that Frank is out of order when before Doug, who was out of order, nobody called him out.
Right.
That's what I'd like to know. Okay.
Well,
I guess it depends what side of the aisle you're on.
Sure. The reason why is because I'm a district leader trying
and
to.
So am I. And so am I. You also got the extra title on yours.
Come on, guys, let's get it together, please.
Move the motion. Move the motion.
There is discussion going on. You interrupted somebody repeatedly who's trying to speak.
The great. I can't wait for your counsel.
Right, Frank.
I am so looking forward to spending all the money I can.
Jonathan, why don't you mute everybody? Jonathan, why don't you mute all of us except for Annette?
All right, I'm going to mute everybody, guys.
Mute everybody and let Annette get control of the meeting.
All right, everybody's muted. Ms. Robinson, you'll need to unmute yourself. Ms. Robinson, you need to unmute. Okay, Ms. Robinson is now
Are there
unmuted.
any more hands up?
Yes, we have 3 more hands up. We have Brad Reed, Lori Nipel, and Jesse Pierce. Brad,
Go ahead,
Yeah.
you
please.
can unmute
Wait a
yourself.
second.
Pena wasn't done yet. Mr. Pena wasn't done yet. He got
I'm sorry.
interrupted. He wasn't.
Yeah, if Leader Pena's not finished, I'll wait for
We'll go
him.
back
No,
to Mr.
this
Pe-
is
Mr.
clearly a
Payne.
hostile environment, and my voice is not welcome at the moment, so I will yield back my time.
Thank you.
I'm willing to wait my turn if you'd like to continue.
No, thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to, just very brief, because Walter was on here before, and I think something was said that he had some sort of, I don't need to know details, but some sort of personal issue or that necessitated him also not joining us tonight. And I think that was correct. I think I heard that, and I'm just trying to be human about it. That's just my personal feeling on it. I don't know the details, the circumstances, but I just am trying to be understanding towards him, and that's how I'm approaching this. And I would ask others too also.
Thank you very much. The next person with the hand up, please. Thank you.
Lori Nipel.
I think that we all worked on county committee since petition time, especially since the calendar has been changed. I know I have, I know Doug has, and I assume most of us have if we all got it in on time. Therefore, Walter has asked for an extension, and I think it's very wise to allow him the extension, as we all would be considerate to each other, and I see nothing wrong with giving him the 1 day.
Thank you very much, Lori. Anyone else?
We have Jesse Pierce, but before I go to Jesse Pierce, just a point of clarification. This is asking for unanimous consent. If it does not get unanimous consent, we can't just as a rule, we can't just amend the rules without it being unanimous. So I just want to point that out. Ms. Pierce, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to comment on what just happened to Julio and to call attention to the fact that there are some of us who are still new in this space, and this is something I've brought up before, and that we are all learning where we stand and using our voice in a space that is new to us and uncomfortable to us. And so I take real issue with Frank attacking Julio in that way, and also Sammy prior to that, particularly as a former party chair, not to mention an experienced district leader. And I think that if in order for us to have robust discussion, not that I think that us yelling at each other across issues is productive in any way, but I do think it's very harmful to us that are new to shut us down and to yell at us for reasons that just seem that you disagree. And so I would appreciate it if everybody could keep in mind that some of us are new and expressing ourselves. And if you could give us the space to do that so that we can move on. Thank you.
Well, I take issue with the fact that first of all, I was new too. That's number one. And talking about being attacked, at the very start of this meeting, the chair of the task force, Aaron Maslow, was attacked and called a bully. Trying to ameliorate.
No, other way around. You called me a bully, Lori. Other way around.
All right, can we sort of try to get back on the motion? We have I believe Inez Barron, Miss Robinson, and then we're done.
No, I'll yield. Oh, you want to say something?
No, I was just going to say that I just hope we would facilitate this a little better, because Frank should not have interrupted him. Julio has a right to say what he has to say, and Frank should be recognized just like everybody else.
Right.
And no one should have any privileges to just jump in without being recognized while someone else is talking.
Right.
That's fundamental respecting of the order. And if it's going to be a free for all, then I'll just keep my hand, my mic unmuted and jump in when I please. I've seen on several occasions where people just decided to jump in when somebody else was talking, and it wasn't just Frank. A few other people have done that. So if the process is, jump in when you feel like jumping in, I do that well. And so I could take that mode, or if we're going to be facilitated and be recognized in the orderly way and allow people to finish whatever they're saying, and then you can be glad to say whatever you want to say about it, then let that be it. But I think we should be facilitated a little tighter and consistent.
Thank you. Thank you. Jonathan, can we call the question now, please?
The question is a unanimous, Lori Maslow is seeking unanimous consent to suspend the rules and allow Walter Mosley to submit it by 5 o'clock tomorrow. So it has to be unanimous. I will call the roll.
Jonathan?
Yep, I will call the roll. Brad Reed.
Thank you.
Yes.
Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Josh Pierre, proxy Rodney's Bichat, proxy Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Rodney's Bichat, proxy Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Edu Hermelin.
Yes.
Shirley Patterson, proxy Edu Hermelin.
Yes.
Doug Schneider.
Yes.
Lori Nipel.
Yes.
Margarita Kagan, proxy Lori Maslow. Via Rodney's Bichat. Ari Kagan.
Yes.
Dion Jordan.
Yes.
Mark Traeger, proxy Rodney's Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Nancy Tong.
Mr. Mute.
Lori Nipel.
To cut them off is that.
Yes.
So we won't hear them.
Margarita Kagan, proxy Lori Maslow. Darlene, you're going to have to mute yourself because you're watching us on the live stream. Charles Ragusa, proxy Nancy Tong.
Yes.
Sharon Fuchs.
Yes.
David Schwartz.
Yes.
Joseph Bova. Joe, you're muted.
Sorry. Yes.
Victoria Kelly, proxy Joe Bova.
Yes.
Emil Bazile.
Yes.
Christina Naplatarsky.
Yeah.
Arelis Martinez, proxy Rodney Bichat, proxy Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Julio Pena.
Yes.
Jesse Pierce.
Yes.
Josh Scaller.
Yes.
Sammy Olivares.
Yes, this is for Walter Mosley extension, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Maritza Davila. Eric Delan.
Yes.
Arlene.
Yes.
Darlene Mealy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anthony Jones, proxy Sue Ann Partnow.
Yes.
Annette Robinson.
Yes.
Henry Butler.
Yes.
Shaquana Boykin.
Yes.
Walter Mosley, proxy Shaquana Boykin.
You're not.
Look at it. I don't see the thing.
Corey Provost.
What do you want to talk?
Melba Brown.
Oh.
Melba Brown, proxy Rodney Bichat, proxy Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Frank Sedio.
What happens if it's not unanimous?
Then the motion fails.
And what would that mean? That he doesn't get the day?
He doesn't get the day.
Well, out of respect and consideration for his new co-leader, I'll vote yes.
Sue Ann Partnow.
Yeah.
Charles Barron.
Yes.
Inez Barron.
Yes.
Christopher McCrate, proxy Rodney Bichat, Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Joanne Seminara, proxy Josh Scaller.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. The rules are now suspended. Walter Mosley has till 5 o'clock tomorrow to email me his county committee, and we will then share it with everybody else.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I want to say thank you to the leaders for that unanimous consent to allow the courtesy for Walter to be able to fulfill his county committee obligations. Thank you.
Joyce.
Is there a second motion?
Joyce. I need you to take the dog inside there, please. I can't be mute. I'm in the middle of the meeting.
Jonathan?
Yes.
There's a second motion on the floor.
Lori Maslin, do you want to state your second motion again?
The second motion was to allow the state.
Yeah.
Hello? I'd like to make a motion. Hello?
Lori?
Yeah.
Lori, you have the second on in regards to the at-large seats?
I think that,
Madam Chair,
I think Drew was trying to speak.
yes, I would like to make a motion for Melba Moore to get an extension.
You mean Melba Brown?
Melba Brown, sorry, Melba Brown.
Is there a second?
Wait,
Can I again just suggest that we not do this one by one? And repeatedly represented that nobody else needed one. Now we just take a vote and somebody else does. Maybe we can just.
Madam Chair, could I be recognized in the proper order, please, when my turn is up?
What is that, Delon?
When my time is up, when my turn is up, can I be recognized? I know you may have a list. I'm just asking to be recognized in my turn.
So who made a motion?
I did. I made the motion for Melba Brown to make to get an extension.
Melba, I apologize. Melba was texting me while this meeting was going on, asking, because she didn't know she could ask us for an extension when she missed the 12 o'clock deadline, but she's listening, but she is having phone issues and can't get back on. So she's wondering if she can also get the courtesy of an additional, at this point, 21 hours.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized on this motion?
After Eric, can I be ex?
So if it's my turn to speak, I'll just say, look, my general sense was, despite all the discussion on Walter's motion, it would be consensus. Even though he's my colleague, I had a problem that his county committee was not submitted in a timely manner. At this point, we should have done everyone together. Walter's motion had passed. Had I known that there would have been two motions, I would have been a negative vote on both motions. So if we're going to entertain this piecemeal from now on, to save us time, I'm just going to be no on all future motions. So it save us a lot of time. It should have all been in and done. But since there was consent on the first one, I wasn't aware of the second one. I think my willingness to vote yes going further is, I don't have the appetite for it. I'm just letting everybody know. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Annette, can I speak?
Hold on, Frank, she's unmuting.
Now she's muted.
Annette, do you want Frank to speak?
Yeah.
Annette, do you want Frank to speak?
Go ahead, Ms. Robinson, you're unmuted.
I think there's a lag. Why don't we'll go to We'll go to Mr. Sedio. Live TV. Go ahead, Frank. Frank, you have to unmute if you want to go.
How about now? Is that good?
You're good.
I'm not good at this stuff. I think, Eric, I understand how you feel, but just in case there is someone who just doesn't understand this, isn't getting the message, I'm going to ask to amend the motion that was just made to include any member of the executive committee who hasn't completed this gets the right to do so by 5 o'clock tomorrow. But that's the final deadline. If there's anyone else out there that needs to add names, we'll give them all till 5 o'clock tomorrow. I don't think it's that many in the overall picture of things, but in case we're missing somebody or they're not understanding the process. If the gentleman who made the motion would accept that as an amendment, I would think we should go forward.
I accept.
Thank you. So we need a second now.
I second.
I'm going to, being this is sort of my first meeting, I'm going to defer to Aaron Maslow just for a point of question. Can we recall a unanimous consent motion that just passed?
This could be a second motion. It doesn't have to be unanimous.
But you said you wanted to amend the first.
No, there's a second motion just now to do Melba Brown.
Okay, so
and I'm recommending we change that motion to include any other district leader who hasn't completed the process by tomorrow night.
Hasn't completed or hasn't submitted anybody?
Hasn't submitted.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have to vote, so I can't do that. That's something that I can vote for.
All right. I asked Aaron Maslow for an explanation, and Ms. Robinson was got out. She should be back in a second. Well, Aaron will explain while Ms. Robinson comes back to join us. Aaron, you got to unmute.
I'm going to ask very politely that I be able to answer Mr. Harkavy's question without, again, being interrupted, so I can give an answer. The rules of the county committee provide at this point that the chair designates the deadline, the date and time. It's embodied in the rules. The chair gave a deadline of today. If this body votes to change that, it can only be unanimous because rules can be suspended only by unanimous consent. If anyone were to vote against a motion, it will no longer be unanimous, and the only way further nominations could be made is if there's another executive committee meeting. Factually, Jonathan and I have received nominations from every assembly district except the following. We did not receive from Melba Brown in the 58th. Nobody submitted in the 58th. In the 57th, where Mr. Mosley is the male state committeeman, we received nominations from Ms. Boykin, the female state committee person. You voted by unanimous consent to allow Mr. Mosley to submit a list by 5 o'clock tomorrow. Of course, if Ms. Boykin's list tonight is approved, anything that Mr. Mosley submits could not be in conflict with what Ms. Boykin would have. So I'm trying to provide a response in terms of what has been submitted and my opinion as to the unanimous vote needed to suspend the rule. Otherwise, another meeting of the executive committee must be held if there are going to be any further nominations in addition to those elected tonight.
I see you, Josh. All right, I'm going to see you. Mrs. Robinson, are you back with us? I'm going to throw it back to me. Thank you, Aaron. Ms. Robinson? Oh, you just muted yourself again.
I think she's on twice, actually.
Well, I can see you're moving. So, Ms. Robinson, can you unmute? And then if you'd like to recognize Josh Scaller, who raised his hand. Okay, well, I guess I will recognize, this is now I know why Jeff went to Florida. I'd like to recognize Josh Scala.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for bearing with us. I asked previously on the last motion, and I'm afraid I didn't, either I failed to understand the answer or it was not fully explained. But in order to really wrap my head around where the deadlines should be and need to be, I would ask again if all district leaders were given the deadline that we had by and large met at the same time, or if some district leaders were provided with this information earlier than the others, because I think that's germane to the situation right
It
now.
was all the same time.
Everybody got it at the same time. I emailed and blitzed everybody out notice of this meeting after the meeting on Sunday night, dealing with that. So Josh, the answer is everybody got it at the same time. People were asking me along the entire process since the end of petitions when we were going to need to submit their names. I told them I didn't know because it was at the county committee meeting, which to this exact moment at 8:10 on Wednesday, the second Chairwoman Bichat's birthday, I still don't know when the county committee meeting is going to be. So that was my answer from the end of petitioning till today. But, I was given certainty and I was directed by the chair to have everybody submit stuff to me by noon today.
Jonathan?
Yes, Mr. Bova.
Can I speak? I don't know if there's anybody ahead of me. I
don't see anybody I have no hands raised, so.
Okay. So first of all, I want to say I concur entirely with Eric Delon. I voted in the affirmative to extend the courtesy to a colleague. I'm not looking to open up the floodgates. I broke my back, and Tori did, and a lot of others, to meet the deadline. Because that was the deadline. Question on the motion. Will people have until 5 o'clock tomorrow if you submitted already, to add names, or is this only for people who submitted 0? Because if it's to add names, then I would not be in favor of this. If it's people who submitted 0 and we're extending a courtesy to more than one colleague, in the spirit of harmony, which was not so great tonight, I would vote in the affirmative. But if it's just to allow people to build up more, then I would be opposed to it.
It is my understanding, and I will point to a clarification, ask Edu, because he made the motion, that it was only people who have not submitted anything. Edu?
That is correct.
He tells me that is correct. So the motion would be to allow anybody who has not submitted any names to me by noon today to get till, at this point, less than 21 hours till 5 o'clock tomorrow to submit those names. And once again, I can tell you that this motion would require unanimous consent to pass, and it would supersede the first one, and it would allow both individuals, those two the one full assembly district and the half assembly district who didn't submit. Nobody would be allowed to add any additional names.
That's fine. I can go with that.
Madam Chair, are you asking me to call the roll? The Madam Chair is asking me to call the roll.
Josh Scala has his hand.
I'm sorry, Josh. You're not on my schedule. I apologize.
Sorry, do I have the floor? Is it okay if I go?
You have
to.
Thank you. I would just urge all of my colleagues to remember that this is not necessarily about our county committees, but it's about the people who've chosen to serve on the county committee. And Eric, I appreciate that you don't want to have another bite at this apple, and it's frustrating. However, I would encourage you to put this in a framework of these people want to serve in the Democratic Party, and we have an opportunity to allow them to do that, and to stand on principle because you feel like a fairly arbitrary deadline was not met, when it could easily be remedied and all of those people could actually be allowed to serve on the committee, I think that that would be a reasonable override to those concerns. So that's my feeling.
So, Madam Chair, may I give a brief response?
Annette needs to unmute.
So, Josh, I would agree with you. And I'll say this, look, the majority of the people on this executive committee are my friends, Melba and Walter included. You know, had it been someone completely unfamiliar with the process, you know, I might have been more certainly, you know, as a senior member and should have, you know, been able to meet the deadline. Now, I certainly don't want to exclude any one individual that wants to serve on county committee from having the opportunity to do that. But as elected, you know, leaders who are submitting a slate, you know, not having an elected county committee race, as you know, many of the county committee members have to have, you know, it's up to the elected leader to get it in on time, in my opinion. So, look, if there's overall consent, which I feel it moving towards the direction of allowing the 58th to submit to do it, then I'll go with it. But I have to say, I'm very, you know, very displeased because it would be a special consideration for one or two members and not for the entire executive committee to add. That's why I was interested a little bit more in Frank's motion, because Frank had suggested and opened it up to the broader executive committee. That in terms of process and fairness, that actually would have been more fair. But if the consensus is to just allow it, I'll go with the flow. But I have to say I'm displeased, and I hope that this is not the way we operate. I'll leave it there.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Is
Sometime, is that the last person to be heard?
I don't believe there's anybody else. Is there anybody else who wants to be heard?
Yeah, we need all the county committee we can get for when we have the meeting, Eric. We need all the county committee we can get to overcome these fucking progressives when we have the meeting. Okay.
Right. Okay, please, let's go forward, please.
Okay, I'm going to call the roll. Well, is there any
And
objection?
can I just make a point that it's being recorded and everybody, for disclosure, needs to know this is live on YouTube. Thank you.
And I find that language very offensive.
And Annette, you got to stop allowing Frank to just cut in anytime he wants, cuss, threaten other people in their politics, and he's getting free reign to just say what he wants to say when he wants to say it. Facilitate this meeting so that he is not allowed to just cut in and talk anytime he feels like it. Because if this continues to happen, then all of us can just jump in here and we'll have chaos. Stop giving him privileges to cuss, to threaten people politically over some little thing like this that's just trying to give people an opportunity to get more people to get involved in the process. That's all this is doing. It doesn't need cussing, it doesn't need threats, and it doesn't need rude, disrespectful behavior of a process. If he's not recognized, then he should shut up.
I'm going to call the question. I will call the roll just so that we'll get through everybody. Brad Reed.
This is to extend it to all the leaders who have not submitted.
Not
yet?
submitted any names.
Okay. Yes.
Lori Maslow.
For those who have not submitted any names, yes.
Josh Pierre, Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Rodney Spachat, Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Edu Hermelin.
Yes.
Shirley Patterson, Edu Hermelin.
Yes.
Doug Schneider.
Yes.
Lori Nipel.
Yes.
Margarita Kagan, Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Ari Kagan.
Yes.
Dion Jordan.
Yes.
Mark Traeger, proxy through Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Nancy Tong.
Yes.
Charlie Ragusa, proxy Nancy Tong.
Yes.
Sharon Fuchs.
Yes.
David Schwartz.
Yes.
Joe Bova.
Yes.
Victoria Kelly, proxy Joe Bova.
Yes.
Emil Bazile.
Margarita
Kagan, Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Darlene, if you could keep yourself muted. Emil, did you vote yes?
Yes for me, yeah.
Okay. Christina Napotarski.
Yes.
Arelis Martinez, proxy Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Julio Pena.
Yes.
Jesse Pierce.
Yes.
Sammy Oliveris.
In respect to the process, yes.
Maritza Davila. Eric Delan.
So I'm going to vote yes, just because the general broad consensus of the entire executive committee seems to want to allow this. I don't want to be the only one that objects to it. So with the spirit of collaboration, I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Delan, because Jeff will be making fun of me. This is my second meeting, and it didn't seem to be going well. Arlene Alvarado.
Yes.
Darlene Mealy.
It's probably muted.
She's watching us on the live stream. I think it's slightly delayed. Darlene, we'll come back to you. Anthony Jones, proxy Sue Ann Partnow.
Yes.
Annette Robinson.
She's muted.
Annette.
She has to unmute.
Yeah, here she goes. Annette.
I did. Yes.
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 Probably muted.
I'm muted.
And Darlene Mealy is also a yes.
Slightly delayed.
Yes.
Shaquana Boykin.
Yes.
We'll come back to you.
Yes.
Anthony Jones, proxy Sue Ann Partnow.
You got Darlene. You got to mute
Yes.
yourself again because you're on the
Annette
delay.
Robinson.
Walter Mosley, proxy Shaquana Boykin.
Yes.
Corey
You can call
Provost.
Henry Butler.
I'm sorry, Henry. Sorry, Mr. Butler. Not intentional.
Yes.
Melba Brown, proxy Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Frank Sedio.
He went off again. He's probably muted.
Frank, you got to unmute. All right, we'll go. I'll come back to you.
I
Sue
should
Ann
have done that
Partnow.
before. Yes.
Yes, Frank's a yes. Sue Ann Partnow.
No, he's.
Charles Barron.
Yes.
Inez Barron.
I vote yes.
Christopher McCrate, proxy through Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Joanne Seminara, proxy Josh Scalar.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. The rules are suspended to allow those two individuals who have not submitted, any individual who has not submitted any, to have till 5 o'clock tomorrow. I believe we're now ready for a report. Ms. Robinson, right? We're ready to do.
We
item
had
one
the
on
third, we had the third
agenda.
motion. We had the third motion.
Lori, do you still want to make that motion?
Yes. I do.
Okay.
Okay. Also by unanimous consent, allowing all district leaders, all the executive committee members, that we be able to submit only our at-large members, for those of us who are not able to get the 4 names, and that we have a deadline extended by unanimous vote to 9 p.m. Saturday evening, this Saturday evening, giving everyone extra time to get the at-large members onto the county committee.
Second.
Who was it who seconded? Was that you would do? Okay.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
And that is because of being able to add people who have felt that they have been disenfranchised, non-binary, and that they should be part of our committee. We want them. We want to hear their voices. and we should have that extension. It has to be by unanimous vote that all of us here would then have until 9 p.m. Saturday evening to be able to get the four at-large members for our county committee.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized for a brief moment? I believe there's broad support for this. Am I able to request that the vote be held unanimously without objection instead of the roll call? I'd like to make that request.
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
If the vote can be held without objection instead of a slow roll call, I believe there's broad consent to allow this to happen. So instead of calling the roll where we can just ask, are there any objections, and approve the item that way?
Can I get a second?
So moved.
So moved.
It's been duly moved and seconded. What is the
that instead of a slow roll call on Ms. Maslow's motion, you can just bring the question to the general body without objection.
okay. Now, okay, so it's been duly moved and seconded. Do we want to proceed? You want to proceed?
Ms.
We still have to call them.
Ms.
Or you mean
Robinson,
just have an open vote?
Ms. Robinson,
Can we do an open vote?
Go ahead.
Ms. Robinson,
I'm sorry.
Ms. Robinson, Jesse Pierce would like to speak on the motion before we take it on unanimous consent.
Okay, proceed, please. Proceed, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Thank you, Jonathan. I guess I have just a question to the other district leaders regarding the 4 at-large. As Leader Maslow stated, the purpose of the creation of the at-large was to include non-binary and other people who are outside the gender binary to those positions. I guess my question is the expectation within the other assembly districts that leaders are keeping those open and only filling them with non-binary and TGNC people? For example, in the 52nd, we are not filling those seats unless they are people who are TGNC and non-binary. So my question is that the expectation with everyone else?
Ms. Robinson, can I respond to that?
Aaron, could you respond to that, please?
No,
Yes.
it wasn't Aaron, it was Sam. Oh.
Ms. Robinson.
Oh, did you want me though to say to respond? I don't know. Ms. Robinson?
I wanted you to respond to that for me, please.
Ms. Robinson, okay, some assembly districts nominated people to at-large. Some did not nominate, some nominated people for at-large. I do not know if they're non-binary people or not. The purpose was not to assign a gender designation so people could fill that position anonymously without disclosing their gender identity. Some assembly districts did fill them, whether they're non-binary or not, I don't know. There are others that did not. I believe my wife, Ms. Maslow, and Mr. Reed purposely kept it open in the event any non-binary person approached them. We did in the 41st, they did not put anybody in. I believe Ms. Bashat did include a non-binary person, but again, this is a personal matter, so I don't know exactly who is non-binary or not.
Jesse, does that answer your question? Jesse?
Ms. Robinson, can I add to the question? Can I answer to Jesse as well?
Sammy, just a minute, please. Jesse, I wanted to know whether or not that answered her question.
Thank you. I would actually be interested in what Sammy has to say in response to my question too.
I just want to know whether or not your question was answered.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, surely. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Yeah, for a point of information, given that Jesse is not getting any answer, I want to point out as a point of information that the spirit of the rule that we that was approved by executive committee on Sunday, the spirit and the intention was for this at-large seats to allow non-binary and people who does not fit into the male and female category. So it is, I urge all of the district leaders to really reserve these spaces that were created for inclusivity to be filled for transgender and gender non-conforming and non-binary people. For reference, you can look at the rule that you voted on Sunday at the end of page 1, where the rule says that these seats will facilitate non-binary Democrats to being able to serve as county committee members. So this was the intention of the rule, and I trust that you all will not take that space away from a very vulnerable and marginalized community and make sure that these seats are only appointed by non-binary. Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
Ms. Robinson, we had Doug Schneider with his hand up.
Jonathan?
We have Doug Schneider.
Okay, thank you. Proceed, please.
Thank you.
Proceed, please.
Thank you. Just to follow up on what Ms. Pearson and Mr. Olvera said, I've had the opportunity to look through some of the lists of names in the 4 so-called at-large positions, and in looking at them, I've seen a lot of names that are in the same household, and I've seen some names that appear to be the same name as the district leader in that district, and people voted yes on Sunday, whatever day our meeting was. I forgot, what was it, Monday, Sunday, and talked about they were voting yes because it was so important that we make this effort. And then some of those people turned around and filled those 4 slots with what at first glance does not appear to be a good faith attempt to fill the at-large spots with people who are gender non-conforming or outside the binary gender. And so rather than put any district leader on the spot and call them out on this practice, I will just note that I think that it is gross. I think it just makes clear exactly what Mr. Pena, Ms. Pierce, and a lot of us said on Sunday, that this was a pinkwashing power grab, and these at-large seats have a bad history. When our former chair, Mr. Lopez, put them on, and so these now were brought back to again consolidate the power of the new chair. But the difference is that she, in order to make this happen, she and everybody who voted in favor of this decided to exploit the inclusivity of gender nonconforming people in order to consolidate power. And then they went home and called themselves an ally, okay? But you can't do that, hang a rainbow flag, and call yourself an ally. You can't do that, march in the Pride Parade, and call yourself an ally, okay? So I think that what happened was disgusting. I think it sets a bad precedent. I think that what's going to happen now is that in order to prevent the stacking of the club, the power grab, people are going to have to, going to be tempted to fill their spots that they want to reserve for people who it's supposed to be left aside for, and make it a complete free-for-all. You've made a sham of the task force. You've taken away the legitimacy of the task force. And when I tell you the number of hours I spent working on this, hours that I could have been reading to my kids, okay, so that you all could make a power grab at the expense of a marginalized community, I think is gross. And I'm just as angry today as I was before, probably a little more so, because now you've put the lie directly in everybody's faces. And we all see it now. We see you, and every time you run for office and you call yourself an ally, we'll see you. Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, we have Ms. Maslow with her hand.
Yes, Ms. Maslow, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. These at-large seats were created to address a situation that, yes, many of us did not know existed, and that there are people in our population of Brooklyn, Kings County, that are disenfranchised. That's number one. This was not a power grab. I can only speak for myself and the 42nd Assembly District that we have gone above and beyond, calling and trying our very best to reach out to the very community that we want to include. So I'm sorry, I said the 42nd, I meant the 21st. I will speak for Brad and me. Doug, I just want you to know this is not a power grab. There are people on this committee, and I mean the executive committee, that are not treating this as a power grab, and that this situation, this pandemic has exposed and seismic faults in Kings County, and that we have the opportunity to fix it. We are also lucky that we are in Kings County and that we are able to do this, because I can tell you that if we were trying to do this in Kentucky with Mitch McConnell, South Carolina with Lindsey Graham, we all know what would be happening to all of us. So by being in Kings County, by setting the beacon of light that we here in Brooklyn are going to be inclusive, we are doing our best. This is not a power grab. This is to include people who have felt they have been disenfranchised. And that is why those 4 seats do not have any male, female, gender acclamation to them. So, Doug, please understand that there are district leaders that are making this effort.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you. Can we move on with the recommendation from Leader Yolande, please? Jonathan? Jonathan?
Madam Chair.
You're muted, Jonathan.
I know, I muted myself.
Madam Chair, if my motion requires a roll call, then I withdraw it and we can just deal with the original question.
I guess the question is, can we have you now, does anybody have any objection to Eric Delan's motion?
Leader Delon, you withdraw your recommendation?
If my recommendation requires a roll call of the entire executive committee, then I would rather withdraw it and deal with the original motion.
All right. Okay.
There's no motion needed. It just has to ask if there's an objection.
Okay, yeah.
Is there any objection to extending the courtesy to all members of the executive committee who have not yet filled their 4 at-large slots to have until Saturday night at 9 p.m. to fill those slots? If you have an
Can I
objection,
ask for
please.
a point of clarity, please? I have a question. I have something I need clarified before we call the vote.
Ms. Robinson, Josh Scala would like to speak.
Yes, Josh, go proceed.
Thank you. I'll be as brief as I can. I appreciate everybody's time. I just want to pick up a little bit on Doug's core point about these seats in part being filled in a way that may or that may not be germane to the intention by which they were created. And it's actually a question for our lawyer, Aaron. I'd just be interested in your opinion if we have filled these additional 4 seats in some cases in a way that is not demonstrably germane to the spirit of the reason they were created. Do we open ourselves up to a lawsuit based on the disproportional representation of districts and district packing, which will then naturally occur? And by that, I just mean if somebody is taking advantage of this scenario to add an additional 4 seats that do not correspond to the gubernatorially weighted vote within their district, which is to say that since we've given everybody an additional 4 seats, lower voting districts will now have proportionally more county committee members than should be allowed under state law. Does that open us up to a lawsuit from districts that are adversely affected by that?
My answer to your question is no. A political party has the right to constitute its membership as it sees fit according to Supreme Court decisions.
Thank you, Aaron. Jonathan, does anyone else have their hand up?
No, I just want to announce that I used to, in the chat, Sharon Fuchs has now turned her proxy over to David Schwartz. She had to leave us. Does anybody have an objection to the motion?
No.
Please speak now.
Did I say we're gonna?
Mr. and Mrs. Barron, are you guys objecting to the motion?
No.
No, but what we would like to do, we did turn everything in on time, and we did fill the 4 seats with people who were not non-binary, because then we put it out there and didn't happen. But out of respect for that community, if we could just withdraw that, the 4 that we have submitted, and then still leave it open for the possibility of finding people, because that was the spirit of this whole thing. And I just don't feel comfortable not to filling it with 4 people that have a gender identity.
With your permission for me to alter your sheets, if I have your permission to take those 4 people out that you put in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jonathan, I'm going to have to alter my set of the sheets too.
Okay.
So will I.
I'm sorry, who answered?
Joe Bova.
Mr. Bova, do you wish to remove the at-large that you had placed?
And put them in a regular district.
Okay.
Yes.
Put them in vacant districts.
Okay.
May I speak briefly?
I have made a note of Mr. Bova's statement, but I think I heard another voice.
Eric Delan, I believe.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak to the spirit of this conversation. 54th, Arlene and I have not submitted any names at this juncture for these 4 positions. And we were texting each other as to how we would be able to accomplish this within the spirit of what everyone's trying to do by Saturday's deadline. And, just amongst our discussions, first of all, anyone that voluntarily came to us, I don't know that we would, that's the way we would want to do it. But then we also said, okay, so how do we outreach to people and ask them how they identify without being offensive to anyone?
Mr. Delan, I just want to make just to note a fact, so there's a factual background. In your assembly district, there was a slate submitted by 5 people. and they nominated 3 names to fill at large: Steve Fox, J. Remy Green, and Brandon Acton Bond. It was not on your list. It was on another list
Well,
signed by 5
I
people.
happen to know one of those people, so maybe I can reach out to that person and have a conversation with him, and maybe that could be a means to resolve this. So, that could be a way we attempt that. But I think just generally, I just want to go on record and say we'll make an honest attempt to do it, but we want to be able to do it by the deadline without being offensive to anyone. So that just put that to the broader body to let them know what the intention of the 54th is. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anybody else with an objection?
Okay, so let's move on with the agenda of the county committee.
May I just inquire for the record, for those keeping records, I assume then the motion passed to allow by Saturday that any vacant at-large positions be filled by 9 p.m. on Saturday. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
I thought it was 5. I'm sorry. I didn't hear 9. I thought it was 5.
4 at-large positions per assembly district.
That's 9 p.m. Saturday.
Oh, 9 p.m. Saturday.
Until what time, John?
9 p.m. The 5 p.m. deadline refers to tomorrow. Due to Shabbos and other rules, we're going to go 9 p.m.
Okay, for the record, that rule is suspended unanimously, Jonathan, for the record.
Okay, so noted.
Now, to the business of the additional business of the night of the Slates.
I'm having difficulty hearing
Aaron,
you.
do you want to give
Point of order.
Yes.
Point of order.
Yes, Doug.
If we've just extended the deadline to tomorrow for Walter and Saturday for everybody else, I don't see how we can vote on the slates today. I would suggest that that would have to be done after the deadline Saturday.
Procedurally, the chair designated tonight to have votes on filling the vacancies. If we don't do it tonight, the chair would have to call another meeting if she is so inclined. The chair of the executive committee.
I mean, I don't see how we can vote on slates that we know are that we just approved amendments to. I don't know what it takes to do the common sense thing and move it to Saturday or Sunday. But whatever that thing is, I support doing it.
In terms of the majority of the positions, my understanding is Mr. Harkavy has to start inputting the data so that it goes to the mail house, so that notices can be sent when we have a date after we speak to the voting platform people. But my understanding of what transpired was that for those 2 assembly districts that did not submit their slates, okay, half of one district and the whole of another, that they would be permitted to submit up to 5 p.m. the names, and that this committee is approving those names now in advance, provided that those names don't conflict with any other names that are elected tonight. That would not happen in the 58th since there were no names. In the 57th, the names would just not, they could not conflict with Ms. Boykin's list in the event you vote for Ms. Boykin's list. In terms of the at-large, assuming that any at-large that come in by Saturday night, you're voting in advance to approve them, assuming they do not already fill those which would be voted on tonight.
Well, I would object to that procedure because I want, particularly as it relates to Saturday, I have no problem with the part about tomorrow. That part I have less of a problem with, but in terms of voting on the at-large seats, I would like to wait and see that before I vote, that people who have represented that they're going to, withdraw the names that were not in the spirit of the amendment, actually, and I trust that they will, but I've just never voted for something, 4 days in advance of when it's being submitted. So
Then I suggest that this committee clarify what it voted on unanimously with respect to Saturday at 9 p.m. My understanding was that those names would be automatically approved. If you do not share that understanding, then there would have to be another meeting to vote just on the at-large that are submitted in addition to what we vote on tonight.
I mean, I think that procedurally that's what's required.
Well, let's be clear so that I would suggest you be clear. Is everybody in agreement that in terms of tomorrow's 5 p.m. deadline for Ms. Brown, which in effect only is on?
No, that would be a new motion. The motion was voted on and it passed. You are now trying to make a new motion to redefine the motion that was made.
Okay,
and I believe that's out of order.
Mr. Schneider, as the keeper of these records, I just want to know what to do with the names. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to know. With the 58th and I'm sorry, I'm getting chest pains, excuse me.
Just relax. Just relax. Just relax.
All I'm
Barry.
asking, what do I do with the records that come in tomorrow with the 58th and Assemblyman Mosley's list? Do they get added to the end of Jonathan's mailing list or not?
I mean, I think you can, there's no harm in adding them to the list, but I don't think they become official until we vote. And I don't think that we can vote until the names that have been submitted within the deadlines that we just set. So I just think procedurally, we have no choice now but to vote after the last deadline for the submission or withdrawal of names.
I'm just going to inform you, if you do not vote tonight, if we do not vote tonight on a sum of names, we are not going to have in time a list for the mail house.
Exactly. I think that what can happen is that there can be an amendment to the list. Jonathan Harkavy and staff, they have to get moving on this, and we need to move this project tonight. And so therefore, I'm recommending that we move on this. Aaron, will you just give a report and update on what we need to do so that we can move forward, please?
I've been directed by the chair to proceed on what came in today. Madam Chair, I'm going to go through the notes that I have. And with your permission, Madam Chair, may I deal with the assembly districts for which there is competition slates? May I deal with those first?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. In the 43rd Assembly District, we received 2 certificates of nomination. We received a certificate signed by 5 people, including District Leader Edu Ermelin. That list contained 3 at-large nominations, as well as 205 nominations in election districts. We also received a list of nominations signed by 5 members of the county committee: Virginia Bechtold, Brenda Edwards, Claire Gailey, Jason Hill, and Marenica Lambert. Those contain 35 names, some of which were inserted for election districts that had people elected at the primary election, and others which conflicted with names on Mr. Ermelin's list. Basically, everybody on this other list of 35 names either is opposing someone who was elected at a primary election or opposing someone on Mr. Ermelin's list. This executive committee must, I recommend, first deal with the uncontested names on Mr. Ermelin's list, and then proceed to a determination where there are contests. The 5 name list, the 5 signature list against Mr. Ermelin's list. So I would ask the chair if perhaps it could be by unanimous consent that the uncontested names on Mr. Ermelin's list be voted on first.
Point of information. Annette,
Go ahead, go ahead.
a couple of things I'm not clear about. If
Who's
someone's
calling for-
already elected, how could someone nominate someone for that spot? They're
Mr.
already elected in June.
Mr. Sedio, I was acting in effect like the Board of Elections. I was taking whatever people gave me.
Got it.
And I analyzed the data, and in their own form, they admit it says no vacancy can appoint in another election district. However, Mr. Ermelin nominated people to fill every single election district that was open. So the
In
bottom-
addition, yeah, that was in addition. We first have a group of people who were elected in June who are now being opposed by a slate.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that slate is out of order because there were already elected people in those.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds to me that they're out of order. So why don't we deal with that first? And how would we deal with that? Do we have to vote on that, or
Well,
we just
you could
matter the rules?
You could decide by unanimous consent that those nominations are invalid.
Well, my first question is, does this have to be unanimous consent?
No, it would go to a roll
Okay,
call.
I don't believe
No,
there'll
it
be an
doesn't have to
unanimous.
be unanimous. I was just saying maybe it could be unanimous because it might not be controversial.
Yeah, and again, my question is, how is this? I'm elected. How? You want to run against me now? You got to come back 2 years from now.
Mr. Sedio, people filled in the list. I'm just reporting what's on the list.
Okay, no, and I understand. And what I'm not clear about is why we entertain it at all. Why we have to even vote to entertain the list.
Mr. Sedio, I was asked to present a report. I'm giving you first the report in the 43rd Assembly District.
Okay, so do you want to finish the report and then we'll talk about it?
I provided my report on the 43rd.
Yeah, okay. Then is there a motion to be made that the candidates that have been nominated against already elected members of the county committee be eliminated as they have no grounds to be able to be elected to the positions? Is there a motion necessary to do that, or can we just?
I personally don't believe.
Clean it up.
I personally don't believe a motion is necessary. I mean,
Neither
like the
do I.
Board of Elections would do, they're invalid on their face. However, there are
Right.
still half this list. Half this list is opposing names on the Edu Ermelin list.
Right, and that part of the list, part one was what I just discussed. Part two now is that there are two competing lists to fill the remaining outstanding.
Not only in
openings.
certain election districts. Mr.
Got it.
Ermelin filled every vacancy possible by it filled every vacancy possible in the election districts. Some of his nominees were opposed by this other slate.
So I guess my other question would be, does, which has always been our tradition, that the district leader gets to pick district leaders get to pick the vacancies in the district. And I guess my question is, do we decide whether the district leader's right, or do we have to decide that we have to accept an opposing group of people that want to vote against the district leader's wishes?
To answer your question, the rules require that this committee elect people. You must have an election. So you have to decide first whether you are going to elect Mr. Ermelin's unopposed people, and then you'd have to decide for the contest, which slate do you go with, the Ermelin slate or the other slate?
Okay, so I make a motion that we accept the Ermelin slate for the unopposed people at this time. Would that be the correct thing to do?
Yes.
Point of order? Point of order?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Proceed.
Are we? I'm sorry, I'm a little lost, and I apologize. Are we going to vote per assembly district slate, or are we planning on trying to approve? I'm confused about
Mr. Scala. First of all, I'm very happy. Do I have the chair's permission to speak?
Aaron, let me just ask you this. How many assembly districts do we have that have opposing slates?
In opposing slates, we have 1, 2, 3 with an asterisk, 4 with an asterisk, 5 or 6 with an asterisk.
We have 6 districts.
There are some different issues,
Okay, all right.
but I think it's about 6. The rest, I believe, are uncontested.
Okay, if the others are uncontested, why don't we move on those and then we deal with those that where there's a
Okay, then okay, Madam Chair, do I have your permission to read the assembly districts where there are no contests?
Yes, please.
In the 41st Assembly District, there are no competing slates. In the 40s, somebody has, having difficulty hearing.
I'm going to mute everybody.
Okay.
Okay, Aaron, you'll have to unmute yourself. Joe, I see your hand. I haven't forgotten you.
We have uncontested slates from the following assembly districts and assembly districts that have no questions, no issues. Okay. 41st Assembly District, 183 nominees. 42nd Assembly District, 189 nominees plus 4 at large. In the 44th, we did have a little bit of an issue. I saw that in the 71st and the 15th ED, James Bernard and Bumika Mulkala were previously elected, but they were put in to fill vacancies. That was in the 44th Assembly District, and I assume that would be treated the same as we did, that we're treating any slots that were elected as those nominations are.
I'll withdraw those names.
Okay, so now we're treating you as an uncontested. In the 45th Assembly District, we have 92 people nominated uncontested. In the 46th Assembly District, we have 4 at-large and 169 individual election district nominees uncontested. In the 47th Assembly District, we have 23 people nominated in election districts uncontested. In the 49th Assembly District, Mr. Bova withdrew the 4 at large. That leaves 18 in election districts uncontested. In the 50th Assembly District, we have 60 people nominated in election districts uncontested. In the 52nd Assembly District, we have 437 names in election districts. I believe that some of them were elected already at the primary. They would be treated as nullities to the extent that they went against people who were elected. Now it is uncontested.
Correct.
In the 57th Assembly District, we have 2 at-large and 78 individuals nominated by Shaquana Boykin. I assume you're going to treat that. Now there's the matter, Mr. Mosley. Do you want to treat those as uncontested? Sense of the body? I would recommend you treat it as uncontested, and then whatever Mr. Mosley comes in, you'll have to, by the end of the night, tell me what to do.
We're gonna work together, so.
Okay, well, right, I'm putting you on the uncontested list, Ms. Boykin.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Okay. In the 59th Assembly District, we have 4 at-large and 89 individual ED nominees. That is uncontested. In the 60th Assembly District, Mr. and Mrs. Barron, they withdrew their at-large. I'm making a note. That leaves 225 individuals uncontested. So I'm putting them on the uncontested list. In the 64th Assembly District, we have 14 individuals in election districts uncontested. According to my notes, those have no issues or are uncontested.
Aaron, if I may, Joe Bova had his hand up, then Jesse Pierce. I think they want to talk about their districts. Joe, you have to unmute yourself. Joe, you have to unmute.
I'm sorry, I'm good. I just want to clarify that the 4 that I'm withdrawing the at-large should be placed in uncontested districts.
I'll note it. Aaron, do you want it noted on your end as well? You give us permission to place them wherever there's a
I do. I do.
Okay.
Okay, I've annotated my records.
Ms. Pierce?
Yes, I actually don't have anything on my district, but I think in the previous discussion with Leader Hermerlin's submissions and the conflicting ones, one of the individuals who submitted the list said the intention was definitely not to go against people who are duly elected. I think that the intention was to submit people within their home election districts, but also make a note that if they can be moved to uncontested spaces, that it might be worth just putting people in touch with Leader Hermelin. I'm just passing along a message in real time that was communicated.
Okay, Ms. Pierce, actually, we're on the uncontested, but with respect to the 43rd, Mr. Ermelin submitted names in every single election district. So this committee will have to decide what to do with the election districts when there are contests. So I would respectfully suggest that we deal with the 43rd after we deal with the uncontested.
That's fine. I just wanted to pass along the information that was passed along to me.
Thank you. Madam Chair, at this point, it is open for discussion what to do with the uncontested slates. I would assume someone would make.
Can I make a motion that we seat the uncontested slates?
Okay.
So I make that motion. That we.
I second.
Okay.
Aaron,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
I didn't hear you say anything about the 56.
There are in the 56th. It's a special situation. That's why I did not include it.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we can move forward. There's no contest.
It requires a vote. It requires a vote. Under the rules,
Okay.
it must be a vote.
Can we ask unanimous consent?
Yes, you could.
I would call. I just want to call for a roll call, Joe. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe.
Just for the record.
You owe me a drink.
Okay, for Mr. Harkavy, for the record, so that you're keeping a roll call vote on uncontested slates, please list and make sure you have in your records assembly districts.
Right.
Feeling.
On that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the roll. Brad Reed,
Aye.
Lori Maslow,
Aye.
Josh Pierre to Lori Maslow,
Aye.
Rodney Spichat to Lori Maslow,
Aye.
Edu Hermelin,
Aye.
Shirley Patterson to Edu Hermelin,
Aye.
Doug Schneider.
I would like to vote with an explanation. Is that okay, Ms. Robinson?
Go ahead.
I am going to vote aye. Obviously, I have strong objections to what happened, but I have county committee members that want to serve, and this is the procedure we chose to seat them, and I'm not comfortable voting against seating county committee members that want to serve. So I object wholeheartedly to this process. I object to having this power, but I have an obligation to people that want to serve our party to preserve serving their party. I also just want to add very quickly, and I want to thank my colleagues who withdrew names from the 4 at-large seats in order to preserve them for their intended purpose. I appreciate that and have a lot of respect for that. So thank you. I vote aye.
Thank you. Lori Nightpel?
Aye.
Margarita Kagan, proxy, Lori Maslow.
Aye.
Ari Kagan.
Aye.
Dion Jordan.
Aye.
Mark Traeger, proxy, Lori Nightpel. I'm sorry, Lori Maslow.
Aye.
Nancy Tong.
Aye.
Charlie Ragusa.
Aye.
Sharon Fuchs, proxy David Schwartz.
Aye.
David Schwartz.
Aye.
Joe Bova.
Aye.
Victoria Kelly, proxy Joe Bova.
Aye.
Emil Bazile.
Aye.
Christina Napotarski.
Aye, and I would like to echo my colleague Doug Schneider. I similarly do not agree with the process, but I believe that there are folks in my community who deserve to be on county committee, so that is the reason why I'm voting aye. Thank you.
Aurelius Martinez, proxy Lori Maslow.
Aye.
Julio Pena.
Aye, and with permission to explain my vote.
Yes.
Thank you. I also wanted to express my frustration and strong objection. I think as we consider the votes later on, I think it's really important that we consider the nominations by county committee members, considering that we are taking away the votes from the county committee meeting. So I think it's really important that we consider those nominations as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse Pierce.
Vote.
You voted aye.
Yes, I'd also like to vote aye with an explanation, please.
I'm back on the floor.
Thank you.
Sorry, did I get the okay?
You're good, Ms. Pierce.
Oh, okay, great. Yes, I also, I'm here to support my county committee and all the people who worked very hard in a pandemic to get signatures and those people that were unable to. And I just also want to register, again, I voted no on this process, and I believe that the county committee is the heart and the energy of our party, and the disenfranchisement of them through this process, I think is really a sad story and something to be rectified in the future. But I do want people to serve who want to be part of our party. Thank you.
You voted yes, correct?
I'm trying.
Yes, I did.
I'm trying.
Okay, you know how you.
Josh Scallon.
Yes, with an explanation. I'd like to concur with my colleagues who have provided additional explanations, and I would just add that I'm voting yes to support the rich diversity and incredible number of communities that we have serving on our county committee, and I want to make sure that everybody's empowered. And I feel like a lot of us in this room, I feel like all of us in this room on some level really embrace that, and I think that's really important. I do feel like this process was done so poorly, and in some cases, with such lack of transparency, that a great deal of trust has been broken amongst the executive committee, and I think we all are going to have to work really hard to restore that trust. And I'm here to do it, but it's all got to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Sammy Olivares.
This is not by unanimous consent, correct?
No, you can vote however you want.
I vote with permit to explain my vote.
Chair says, please explain your vote.
Thank you. I will vote yes because I have no other option. I am highly frustrated, and we should all, as the Democratic Party, really revision what are we actually doing. It is very embarrassing. This meeting, it looks worse than a kindergarten. It is very disgusting to see the way in which we are behaving ourselves and the values that we're putting forward. The fact that the party, to begin with, canceled the meeting, then appeal, spending money on courts to really limit the amount of participation of Brooklyn voters that really want to engage young people, people of color, women, all of the diverse vibrancy of our party. It's been thwarted by the limitation of what we are doing here. The fact that this meeting is being published and live streamed came just after years of secret meetings, and we cannot continue to operate the way that it used to be run. I compel you all to really revise the way that we are moving and behaving and operating this party. This, I'm voting yes because county committee members in my district who couldn't because of a pandemic deserve a space, and because this will have an historic opportunity for non-binary and gender non-conforming candidates to have a seat at the table that they rightfully so, and that they have to sue the party because the party was not willing to change the rules per se, pro forma, and we have to be sued for inclusion and diversity. So we're behind the clock. So this process was very harmful for our community, for using the LGBTQ community and the inclusion of non-binary to conflate the rule changes to make to change the way that these vacancies are filled. If we as a party wanted to change the rules to allow state committee members and district leaders to appoint vacancies, that's fine. That should have been a separate vote. But to conflate it was very, very disappointing, and shifting away power from the county committee, the people that really gets the vibrancy of our party, is shooting ourselves in the foot. And it's just telling of why we continue to lose primaries, why all of the insurgent district leaders like me won this election. And then also is telling of why other groups like Democratic Socialists of America and Working Families Party are actually showing us how we should be organizing. So it is not surprising, but I am alarmed by the direction that we are moving forward. So we need to continue in the values of inclusion and democratic process, and we cannot carve our own thumb. So this vote, to be clear and to finalize, first, to finalize, is taking away the vote of the county, or one of the only votes of the county committee, and also is taking away of the county committee and consolidating on district leaders. So I vote yes, because these people should be part of county committee, which is the base and the grassroots parts of our district. We're nothing without Brooklyn voters. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maritza Davila, Eric Delon,
Yes.
Arlene. Arlene Alvarado. Okay, we'll pass. Darlene
Aye.
Mealy. Aye, thank you. Darlene Mealy.
Yes.
Okay. Anthony Jones, proxy Sue Ann Partnow.
Aye.
Miss Robinson.
Yes.
Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Miss Boykin.
I would like to vote, but have an explanation.
Chair says, please explain your vote.
Thank you. Like my fellow colleagues have said, county committee members and people who really want to be a part of the Democratic Party is really important. And I feel like we as a party, we are disappointing our communities. We are making it harder for people to want to vote, want to get excited about voting. And I do not like the way we are conducting business. I really urge us all to think about the future, to think about redesigning our leadership, and really thinking about how we set forth meetings and put up motions of inclusion, and also how we're talking to each other. I really would like to stop the notion of us being new and that we should just go with the times. I think we all need to step back and be skill sharing if we've been here for a long time, and really understand that county committee members, I only decided to run because I heard about county committee members. We really need to be on the ground. And the fact that I'm hearing that some people weren't able to connect to people. I think we need to go back to organizing. So we do need our county committee members, and I don't want to stop, people from joining the party. So I'm going to say yes.
Ms. Boykin for Mr. Mosley.
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. Corey Provost. Melba Brown, proxy to Lori Maslow.
Yes, sorry.
No problem.
My name?
Frank Sedio.
I want to explain my vote. First of all, I want to apologize for my outbursts. I was listening to this before I could get on earlier tonight and heard some absolutely outrageous things being said. It seems that if you're not with some of our leaders, we're hearing what I consider hypocrisy. I hear people saying things like, well, if it's not my way, it can't be possibly right. And that's not fair. We are a very diverse borough. I am very proud, and Sue Ann as well, are both proud of the 285 members of the Thomas Jefferson Democratic Club who are now our county committee and who have been for years on end. And we're proud to say that we know literally every one of the people who are members of our committee because they participate in our club activities and do things that make the democratic process work, whether they're working on campaigns to help us elect our officials, whether they're helping us with food drives or volunteer efforts, or whether they're just coming down to our organization on Thursday nights when we were able to meet. So I don't know why I'm hearing district leaders say, "Ooh, those county committee members, they're being cheated." Well, you're a district leader now, and you got the opportunity now to have filled the many vacancies that existed in your districts. And yet, oh, look, that we're not including everyone. Well, come to Canarsie. We'll show you how we include everybody in our district, from the most conservative part of Gerritsen Beach to the other end of our wonderfully, significantly diverse community known as Canarsie. And we'll be glad to share with you. And I offer myself, when someone wants to know the world as an old man knows it, to have conversations with any of our new leaders about what the process is. I think too often we're not getting that message across of what we're about. And I'm not happy about an us and them circumstance because it doesn't do any good for the borough when we have to do things. I want to thank people who came out and worked hard for Andrew Granados, who's a friend of ours in South Brooklyn who we needed to win. And even for Fontes, who helped us there. I want to thank everyone who understands that the diversity of our district may be different from the diversity of yours. And for that matter, in the entire southern end of Brooklyn, that's so different in many ways from the northern end and central Brooklyn. We need to work together, I agree. But we need to respect each other first. So I'm going to be the first one to tell you, you'll never hear a loud voice out of me again about any of the meetings, but I will offer what I hope is constructive observations. And I vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Sedio. Sue Ann Partnow.
Thank you, Frank. Well said, and I vote yes.
Charles Barron.
I'd like to explain my vote. First of all, Inez and I have been absent from this process for a while for the very same reason that some of the young district leaders, some of the socialist and progressive district leaders have mentioned. This process is always heavy-handed, and sometimes when we vote for positions, it's very scripted. And I used to come to meetings, even when it was a larger meeting, and the chair would have 500, 600 proxy votes. So the use of the proxy vote system, you're not really having democracy at the ground level, has always been a challenge and a problem for us. And even when judges are picked, it's not really the judicial delegates that really pick them, it's this body here. So we've been very disappointed in how it has gone down. I want to encourage the new progressive, radical, and if you're like us, we even say we're revolutionaries and we think the whole capitalist system needs to be changed. But in the meantime, as we engage in this process here, as we have done in the State Assembly and the City Council, will be a voice for change, a voice for the grassroots, a voice for the masses, a voice for real democracy. And I think those voices should be strong, uncompromising, and forward-thinking. So tonight, I'm going to support, as with some of the younger members of this body said, that it is my responsibility for those who are in our district who want to be on the county committee. It is my responsibility to say, okay, I'm not going to say or do anything to block that from happening. I am going to vote yes, but I'm going to continue to fight for the radical systemic change of the entire capital system and of the lower echelons and bodies and structures of this system until we get to real democracy and the real thing that we call, when I was in the Black Panther Party, power, all power to the people, because that's where it belongs.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Ms. Barron? Mrs. Barron?
Ditto, and I vote aye.
Thank you. Christopher McCrate, proxy, Rodney Spachat, Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Joanne Seminara, proxy, Josh Scaler.
Abstention with an explanation. I'm not really sure how to vote Joanne's position now, so I'm going to abstain for her. She expressed to me ahead of the meeting fairly profound disappointment with the lack of transparency and the lack of inclusiveness, her words, that this body has showed as we approach this vote. I'm not sure how she would vote based on the evening's conversation, so I will abstain on her behalf. Thank you.
Maritza Davila.
I'm sorry, can you move on? Can you just continue and come back to me?
No, you're the last one. This is the end of the roll call. We're voting on accepting the unanimous assembly districts that did not have any races and did not have any contests.
The uncontested.
The uncontested.
The uncontested. Yeah, I guess the uncontested votes are the ones that didn't make it. Yeah, of course.
Okay. Ms. Davila, aye. So there's 40 ayes. It passes 40 ayes, 1 abstention. These people are now duly seated members of the county committee.
For the record, okay, may I just read for the record so that we have it in the records of the committee? The following were elected on the list of the following assembly districts: 41, 42, 44, 45, 46, 47, 49, 50, 52, 57 from Ms. Boykin, 59, 60, and 64. Okay, with the chair's permission, shall I proceed now? With the chair's permission, Ms. Robinson, shall I proceed now to the first one where there's a contest?
Proceed, Mr. Maslow.
In the 43rd Assembly District, as I mentioned before, we have a slate from Edu Ermelin. And it's signed by Edu Ermelin and 4 other members of the county committee, which nominated people to fill every single election district and 3 at large. And we also have Slate signed by Virginia Bechtold, Brenda Edwards, Claire Gay, Jason Hill, and Marenica Lambert, which nominated 35 people, about half of which who were already for slots that were filled at the primary, and then they indicated they could be appointed in other EDs, and the other half are running against specific EDs where Mr. Ermelin nominated people. So we have a contest. The ones where there was already a slot filled at the primary, those are deemed invalid nominations, and everybody else is running against Mr. Ermelin's slate. This committee needs to hold a vote whether to vote for those on Mr. Ermelin's slate or on the opposition slate.
Madam Chairman, can I speak?
No, actually, Mr. Sedio, Mr. Bova had his hand up.
Okay, I'll be second.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we seat the Hermely slate in its entirety.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to amend that motion to say that, I would like to amend that motion to say that all slates nominated by the district leaders of the Brooklyn committee be accepted as and seated as the members of the county committee.
Mr. Sedio, it's not that simple. There are some special situations, and I would just ask that we consider these one by one. There are about 6 assembly districts.
Okay, I second Mr. Bova's nomination.
All right,
His motion.
Motion, I'm sorry.
We have Mr. Pena. Mr. Pena, you're muted, but the chair recognizes you. Okay.
Sorry, I needed to connect my audio. I have a lot of concerns with accepting that. I think if this is the method by which we were going to accept county committee seats, then I'm not sure why this executive committee voted on rules changes that accepted county committee members to nominate vacancies if we were only going to accept vacancies by district leaders. I feel like that's pretty disingenuous to say that we'll accept vacancy nominations from county committee members if we're only going to accept slates from district leaders. Considering that, that there are nominations, I believe Mr. Maslow said that there were about 30 and there are 205 from District Leader Hermelin. Is there a way that we can accept those, the ones that aren't conflicting, and then the remainder from Hermelin as a compromise?
Mr. Pena, they're all in conflict. All of the nominations on the Virginia Bechtold slate are in conflict. Mr. Hermelin filled all his slots with nominations.
Okay, so then I'm wondering, if Mr. District Leader Hermelin can cede some of those seats to the county community members who just want to serve the Democratic Party.
I will not, with explanation. I've been in this community for over 40 years, and tonight is the first time that I'm hearing that there's a counter slate in which I've made myself available to my community in regards to county committee. It's disheartening that people will be left out of the process, but people have reached out to me asking to be a part of the county committee, and I accepted it. And I wanted to make sure that their voices were heard because they reached out to me and to reach out to District Leader Shirley Patterson. Out of fairness to them, I'm making I want to make sure that they get slated first. In addition to that, I want to make sure that one of the first meetings I attended earlier this year, there was a letter sent to the previous district leaders in regards to disenfranchised members who would like to participate in the process. So when I presented it to the chair and when other district leaders spoke about that, that was something that really resonated with me in regards to people actually feeling disenfranchised and not being able to participate in the process because of their gender identity or non-binary, binary. And that's the thing that I took into consideration when I was filling those slots. I didn't want to wait for the 4 at-large bids to fill in my vacancies. I didn't just want 4. I already filled in my vacant slots with those who have been disenfranchised. So I am pushing, asking my district leader, my fellow district leaders to support me in pushing my slate to be accepted tonight. Thank you.
Procedurally, as advisor, I believe the vote has to be cast either for the Ermeline slate or the Virginia Bechtold slate. These are nominations. Under the rules, nominations are made according to the process, and it can't be, do you vote for Mr. Ermeline's slate or not? It has to be a vote either for the Ermeline slate or the Bechtold slate.
Okay.
Let's move the motion.
Mr. Maslow, can it be unanimous consent or must it be a slow roll?
It's up to if the body wants a unanimous vote for either the Ermeline slate or the Bechtold slate, they could do it. It's up to the body. If there's dissent, you may need a roll call vote.
I believe it should be a roll call vote. We're not going to have unanimous vote.
All right. In the interest of time, why don't we call the roll?
Madam Chair, can I call the chair? Roll. Fine. Brad Reed?
Call roll.
Just to clarify, people are voting either on the Ermeline slate or on the Virginia Bechtold slate.
Ermeline.
Okay. Lori Maslow.
Ermeline.
Josh Pierre for Lori Maslow.
Ermeline.
Rodney Spachat for Lori Maslow.
Ermeline.
Edu Hermelin.
Ermeline.
Shirley Patterson, who I see in the corner of my screen. You have to unmute, Shirley. You're still muted. There you go.
Ermeline.
Hermelin. Doug Schneider. Good dad.
Sorry, my kids were fighting. I am going to abstain with the explanation that when there are contested seats, I'm not comfortable with the executive committee being the one to make the decision. I believe that should be up to the county committee, and that there's a fundamental difference between uncontested and contested in the level of how I feel about voting for them. So I'm going to abstain out of respect for the county committee, believing that this should be their domain.
Thank you. Lori Nipel?
Hermelin, with the explanation that as district leaders, we're open to the entire community, and the entire community should work together and be represented. I know myself and Doug have worked with our community and have put all the names that were presented to us into the county committee. I'm hoping every other leader did the same, and out of respect, I will vote for him.
Thank you. Margarita Kagan, proxy Lori Maslow.
Ermeline.
Ari Kagan.
Edu Hermelin.
Dion Jordan.
Ermeline.
Mark Traeger, proxy Lori Maslow.
Ermeline.
Nancy Todd.
Ermeline.
Charlie Ragusa, proxy Nancy Todd.
Ermeline.
Sharon Fuchs, proxy David Schwartz.
Hermelin.
David Schwartz.
I support the slate of my colleague Edu Hermelin.
Joe Bova.
Ermelin.
Victoria Kelly, proxy Joe Bova.
Ermelin.
Emile Bazile.
I'm going to abstain and echo the comments of Doug. I want to respect our county committee members, and they should have to make this decision as opposed to us.
Okay. Christina Naplatarski.
Abstain, and I echo the sentiments of my colleague.
Aurelius Martinez, proxy Lori Maslow.
Ermeline.
Julio Pena.
I'm going to abstain, and echoing, I'm uncomfortable making this choice. This is for county committee members to make.
Thank you. Ms. Pierce?
No, I'm also going to abstain with an explanation. I just want to call out that it seems like this process is flawed in a lot of different ways, but the fact that our choices are either opposing Slate definitely seems flawed in terms of conflicting appointments, and I just think it speaks to the rushed nature of these amendments and what was voted on, and the unnecessary accelerated timeline in order to do what I think should be one of the top jobs, the filling the county committee, and that it's clear that we don't have all of our ducks in a row, and that I just think from soup to nuts that this is an extremely flawed situation. So I abstain.
Josh Scaller?
Abstention with a clarificate with an explanation. I would like to echo the sentiments of some of my colleagues. I mean, absolutely no disrespect to Leader Hermelin, but this is precisely why process matters, and this is utterly predictable that we would find ourselves in this compromised position because we have completely failed to follow any kind of due process. So this one's on us, and I'll abstain. Thank you.
Sammy Oliveris.
Thank you. I vote with that explanation. Yes, I do not know the pertinent particularities of this assembly district, so I will have to abstain. But also, you know, regardless of the assembly district, I believe that these votes of filling vacancies should remain on the county committees as the rule is stipulated, and we just changed on Sunday. So as a reminder, it's not the role of district leaders to fill vacancies, but of 5 county committee members coming together. So it would be great to have everyone that wants to be county committee member to participate. And I see that there is a slate of people that really wants to engage. So it would be great to see them, you know, appointed in non-contested electoral districts if we want to make robust. But that's not my assembly district. I respect anyone's decision, so I will have to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Maritza Davila?
I am going to explain. I'm going to explain my vote. I am going to abstain, just because it is a contested situation, and I agree that it's not my district. And you know, we do have to open up the process for people. If we're going to start, if we're passing rules, we should start implementing them immediately. And so, and again, I really don't want to get involved in anybody else's district. So I abstain.
Eric DeLong.
Hermelin.
Eleni Alvarado McCalla.
Hermelin.
Darlene Mealy.
Hermelin.
Anthony Jones, proxy Sue Ann Partnow.
Hermelin.
Annette Robinson.
Hermelin.
Henry Butler.
Adu Hermelin.
Shaquana Boykin.
Hi, I'm going to say my answer with the explanation. I'm gonna abstain. This is not my district, so we should really trust the process and trust the people that's supposed to be upholding this. So I will abstain.
Walter Mosley, proxy Shaquana Boykin.
Abstain.
Put down on the bottom.
Corey Provost.
We're not in.
Melba Brown, proxy Lori Maslow.
Andrew Hermelin.
Frank Sodia.
I am going to vote with an explanation. The hierarchy of our party, whether it be in Brooklyn or any place else in the state of New York, is that we have a county committee and then we elect district leaders. Although we as district leaders have a unique place in Brooklyn because we're also state committee members, as the district leaders of every other district in both the city and the state of New York, that's the beginning of the party. It's the head of the party. And if people decide that they want to get involved in politics, one of the best ways to do so is to join with the district leader in either some kind of an organizational circumstance or have an intercommunication. I would be surprised to believe that if Adu was notified by this group of people that they would want him to have participated in the county committee, that he would have said yes. So we now have a situation where instead of participating with the leadership, we oppose the leadership. Each of you who have abstained as district leaders, if this happens in your district, what would you do and act as? You either have to turn around and support that group, and that's fine too, or just have your own nominees. But we have enough people on county committee that everybody can be absorbed, and anybody that wants to be a part of the committee can do so by reaching out to the local district leader. But there has to be a hierarchy. Even in our Congress, it's a republic. Every congressman doesn't come back to his district and say, "How do you want me to vote?" You need to take leadership in this and make a decision. And one of the ways that can be very helpful to doing this is to communicate with your constituents that these are yours. But to say that someone who's a constituent who hasn't bothered to go to the district leaders to discuss this about running for a county committee is to say that they don't want to participate in the process that exists. And this is not a process for just Brooklyn, it's for the state of New York. So I vote for Edu.
Thank you. Sue Ann Partnow.
Thank you.
Charles Barron.
Could you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Barron.
Okay, because our picture's off. But I just want to say on this one and on all of the votes tonight, we're only going to abstain only because we don't know the dynamics in each district. For the ones we voted for that had no contest, we voted fine. But this hierarchical arrangement of leadership, there's other thoughts around the world, around the nation, around town with other people, where the hierarchy comes from the people and not so much from us as elected leaders. So I think that we should really consider on how we can make things much more democratic. I will say this about the process, even though there is some real and deserved criticism, at least out of this, the county committee people, when we do have the larger meeting, this is one thing good that came out of it. When we do finally get to the larger meeting, these county committee people will now be able to vote as opposed to just being voted in at that meeting. Even though I agree with the new profile that that's where everything should have happened, but at least, we do get that out of it. But with that, I'm going to abstain on all of the contested stuff because I just don't know the players involved.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Mrs. Barron?
I abstain, thank you.
Thank you. Chris McCrate, proxy, Lori Maslow.
Ermeling.
Joanne Seminara, proxy, Josh Scaler.
No,
Joanne will abstain.
The Hermelin slate had 28 votes. The Bechtel slate had no votes. With 13 abstentions. Mr. Maslow, you may note that the Hermelin slate was the victorious slate.
Can't hear you.
Mr. Maslow?
I've noted my records that in the 43rd Assembly District, elected was the Hermelin slate.
Right.
Thank you. Do you want to
proceed to the next Assembly District that has an issue?
Ms. Robinson says yes.
Okay. In the 48th.
Mr. Chairman, point of information. Before we begin, can I make a recommendation, since we've all expressed our views in this first vote, that we just go through the vote for the interest of time? It's already 10 o'clock.
Under the rules, we have to have a vote, Mr. Sedio.
No, that's not what I said. I said that rather than each person comment, we've already commented on the first vote, that in these future votes, that we just vote in the interest of saving time.
Oh, without an explanation.
Correct. If people so desire.
All right, Madam Chair, the next Assembly District is the 48th Assembly District. I have a list here signed by State Committeeman David Schwartz. The list nominates 0 people for at-large and 85 people in individual election districts. There is another slate This slate is signed by 5 people: Gerald Cook, Rebecca Ames, Baruch Weissman, Lisa Safier, and Bonnie Goldblum. This slate nominates 0 at large and 7 people for individual election districts who are running in the same election districts that have nominees from Mr. Schwartz. This is another contested assembly district. So we have the Schwartz slate and we have the Cook slate.
Madam Chair, before we go on, we had 2 hands raised, Maritza Davila and then Joe Bova, I believe, on this question.
I think David Schwartz raised his hands too.
Okay, now we have Julio Pena and then David Schwartz.
Yes, I got that wrong.
I'm using the raised hand function, sorry.
Go ahead.
Is it my turn? Just very quickly. I want to be respectful to all the district leaders, but I kind of find it a little offensive when someone puts in whatever, not to be able to speak or whatever. Those are the only freedoms we have here. We do not get paid for this job.
Maritza, I take it back.
Wait a second. I have not finished. Thank you. I have not finished. Thank you, Frank. I don't like it when someone tells me that I cannot explain my vote. It's very disrespectful. And secondly, I respect all of my fellow district leaders. I respect you all. I don't want you to think that it's personal. But if a process is going to be put into place, we must put it into practice. So please, no one get offended over it. I love you all. I respect you all. But a process was put into place. Thank you.
Joe Bova.
Thank you, Maritza.
Well, in the spirit of harmony, I move that we seat the Schwartz slate.
I speak on my slate.
We have to have an election. Under the rules, there were nominations made. These people are entitled to make nominations. There has to be a vote either for the Schwartz slate or the Cook slate.
Okay, so I move that we seat the Schwartz slate.
All right.
Can I speak before we start the vote? Since it's my AD?
We'll go to Mr. Schwartz and then Mr. Pena.
Okay. So hi there, colleagues. Most of you know me by now. I always try to work with all of you. Always try to build bridges. I believe that's why we're elected, to work together, to strengthen the party. We're a big tent. We represent all types of Democrats. So let me just give you a little background here. I was actually shocked to see that the person who put up the slate against the slate that I submitted, I have nothing against him personally. He's a nice gentleman. I met him a few times already, but I did all I can to work with him. I didn't campaign against him when he ran first time. I met with him. Last year, he told me he wants to work together. So I said, fine. I was willing to get some of his people that he suggested on my petitions. But then he was upset about one elected official. There was like a whole long sheet of petitions. He was upset about one elected official. I cannot be on the same petition than that elected official because that elected official didn't caucus with the Democratic Party a year ago. And the only way I can work with you, David, is if you take off that elected official. And I tried to explain to him, and you all leaders know how this works. That elected official represents 99% of my AD. You want me to burn bridges with that elected official that you should be able to be on the petition? I'm willing to put you on whoever you suggest to me. I cannot burn bridges with my own elected officials. So he decided to run on his own candidates against candidates that I supported. I could have totally run a candidate against him. I didn't, because I still try, even though he ran a candidate against people that I support as a county committee, I still didn't run a candidate against him. I still believed in giving him a chance. I always picked up his phone calls, and everyone else in the 48, including those who don't agree with me. Even right now, if you guys can check who I put on, there are people there who disagree with me on so many issues. We worked together. Instead, he decided to start a chaos, submit a separate slate. If you would call me up, David, can you put up this and this person? I probably would do it because, again, you can check who I put up. There are people who disagree with me on almost everything on that slate. So like as President Obama said, the idea of purity and you're never compromised and you're always politically woke and all that stuff, she got over that quickly. Like, and I'll add, like what Obama said, it's public, that he said that went viral last year. Like if you tweet a hashtag about how you didn't do something right or use the wrong verb, then I can sit back and feel pretty good about myself because man, you see how woke I was? I called you out. So again, I tell that person, even after tonight, I'll still take your phone calls. But I'm asking all my colleagues, and I still try to work my best of my ability to work with him. But I ask my colleagues to please recognize the effort that I did to work with that person and support the slate that I put on tonight. Thank you.
Julio Pena.
Thank you, and thank you, David. I'm going to ask the same question I asked before. Are there any available election districts in this particular assembly district that these 7 petitioners can perhaps be moved in so that we're not choosing between 2 separate slates? Because I want to make sure that they'll have an opportunity to serve their communities, because I think that's important. Because right now we're choosing between a large number and a very small number, and I want to be able to think that we can find a way to accommodate this.
With all due respect, Julio, that person, I texted him yesterday. If he would have told me that he has someone to put up, maybe I would have been able to please him. The same way I didn't oppose him to 2 times the Ranford County Committee. So if he wants, he has my number. We'll constantly talk. But he decided for the chaos and where it sounds more like progressive. You challenge the machine. If you put up someone against David Schwartz's slate, it sounded more cool, so that's why I decided to do so, which is fine with me. But the same way I gave him a chance, I'll give him another chance. The same way I texted him when I was busy and started now to help Max Rose and asked him if we want to work together. The same way I continue working with him. But the committee is filled up already, and he had a chance. If he would ask me to put up someone, I would probably consider.
Okay, let's move the agenda. Is there another hand raised? Jonathan?
Nobody has used the raised hand function. I believe if you'd like to call for a vote, I will do the roll.
Please.
Brad Reed.
Yeah, I've met Gerald. I like Gerald. I like David, but I'm going to vote
But
Schwartz.
I didn't mention the name, so Brad, you did.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean sorry. But yeah, I like both of them. I hope in the future it can be a combined slate. In the meantime, I vote Schwartz.
I tried all I can. Sorry.
Lori Maslow.
I'd like to applaud David Schwartz for being and does everyone hear me?
Someone needs to unmute.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I would like to applaud David Schwartz, my colleague, for going the extra mile, for doing everything within his power to integrate members who do want to serve. But as David has shown, you cannot please all the people all the time, and it involves compromise. And if you're unwilling to compromise and you have a block in front of you, it's my way or the highway, nothing will get done. And so I applaud David, and I hereby cast my vote for David Schwartz's slate.
Josh Pierre, proxy Lori Maslow.
David Schwartz.
Rodney Spachat, proxy Lori Maslow.
David Schwartz.
Edu Hermelin.
David Schwartz.
Shirley Patterson.
David Schwartz.
Doug Schneider.
I think that David's explanation underscores exactly why district leaders should not be the ones to make this vote. because this is an issue that is David has worked on extensively. That's between David and his community. We are not arbiters of who's right and who's wrong. And so I am going to abstain for that reason and for the reasons that I've stated before.
Lori Nipel.
I know many people on both slates, but I am not going to abstain. I'm going to go for David Schwartz only because I know he's reached out, and I would hope that in the future they could come to some meeting of the minds and compromise and be inclusive of all his constituents, which I'm sure he's tried to do.
Thank you. Margarita Kagan, proxy Lori Maslow.
David Schwartz.
Ari Kagan.
Absolutely, David Schwartz.
Dion Jordan.
David Schwartz.
Mark Traeger, proxy Lori Maslow.
David Schwartz.
Nancy Tong.
David Schwartz.
Charlie Ragusa, proxy Nancy Tong.
David Schwartz.
Sharon Fuchs, proxy David Schwartz.
David Schwartz.
David Schwartz.
David Schwartz.
Joe Bova.
David Schwartz.
Victoria Kelly, proxy Joe Bova.
Our friend David Schwartz.
Emil Bazile.
I'm going to abstain.
Christina Naplatarski.
I am similarly going to abstain, but I want to commend my colleague David Schwartz for what sounds like a really good faith to engage all members of his community. That being said, I just do not feel equipped with enough knowledge on the internal workings within that district, so I'm going to have to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Aurelius Martinez, proxy Lori Maslow.
David Schwartz.
Julio Pena.
I'm going to have to abstain, and I'm just going to underscore again, I feel incredibly uncomfortable voting, particularly on this slate, because I have very close friends on this slate, and I do not feel like that this should be my decision to make.
Thank you. Jesse Pierce.
Thank you. I'm also going to abstain and register my discomfort at weighing in on this. Abstain.
Josh Scaller.
I love David, and I'm sure that he's done a lot of work, but as Charles very eloquently stated, I'm not in a position to be able to properly vote on this, so I'll abstain.
Sammy Olivares.
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Schwartz bringing up these issues. I respect the work that was put into it, but as I voted early to be consistent of districts that are not mine, I will have to abstain. Thank you.
Maritza Davila.
After hearing David's explanation and absolutely absorbing the fact that he tried everything he can to be inclusive, and I know what that feels like, I would have to say that I am going to vote with David Schwartz. And again, the explanation is that at least he tried to engage with everyone, and that's what this is about. Engagement.
Thank you. Eric DeLon.
I'm going to start my video. David Schwartz. David Schwartz.
Thank you. Arlene.
David Schwartz.
Darlene Mealy.
David Schwartz.
Thank you. Anthony Jones, proxy Sue Ann Partnow.
David Schwartz.
Annette Robinson.
David Schwartz.
Henry Butler.
David Schwartz.
Shaquana Boykin.
I don't really know. I can't do that. I'm going to abstain. Sorry, David. I really loved your explanation. This happens to me. I'm new too, but I'm sorry. I'm going to abstain.
Walter Mosley, proxy Shaquana Boykin.
Abstain.
Corey Provost. Melba Brown, proxy Lori Maslow.
David Schwartz.
Frank Sedio. Frank, you need to unmute.
David Schwartz.
Thank you. Sue Ann Partnow.
I'm sure it wasn't easy for you to reach out, so kudos to you. And I vote for my colleague, David Schwartz.
Charles Barron.
I'd like to say this, this is very interesting. This is the reason why these kinds of meetings are not good. Because what I heard from Mr. Schwartz is almost like an arrogance of power. And you're giving them so much credit for reaching out. And because the person didn't want to join their slate, like there's something wrong with that. And then when people have somebody running against them, it's almost like that's a bad thing. And there's an arrogance of power when you get in these positions and you know who's going to vote for you. We, the Barons, we're used to this county, particularly under the last leader, always running candidates against us on the down low and sometimes right up front. And also the congressman from our district always runs candidates against us. We always have opponents, and we welcome it because that's the process that allows that. So I wouldn't be doing nobody a favor. I tried to reach out for them, and they didn't want to work with me. So, hey, you don't get credit for that. This is supposed to be a democratic process. And as I said, we always have primaries, every time we run, no matter how much great work we do out there, because we're not controlled by the county or the Democratic Party, we always have opponents. So I don't give anybody credit for trying to reach out to somebody. We should respect the process. I'm going to abstain because I don't know the dynamics, but I just wish we would come down off this little arrogant power and like you're doing somebody a favor because you reaching out and they don't, and I didn't run nobody against you, but you could. And if somebody runs against us like they always do, we don't get mad at them. We just work hard and try to convince our people to vote for us. And we've been successful at that. But look out for the arrogance of power. I abstain.
I would like to respond, Charles. I would like to get more lectures about arrogance of power for someone who has been switching with his wife power the past 20 years in your district. Okay, maybe you can lecture me more about power.
Miss Barron is getting ready to vote, so you just wait until she votes and then have something to say. You have to wait until after the vote is taken.
I get it, but I got insulted personally, so I'd like to respond to that.
Inez, Mrs. Barron.
Thank you. I abstain.
Thank you, Mrs. Barron. Christopher McCrate, proxy, Lori Maslow.
David Schwartz.
Joanne Seminara, proxy, Josh Scaller.
Joanne abstains. Thank you.
The Schwartz slate has 29 votes. The second slate has no votes, and there are 12 abstentions.
And if I can like to get another lecture from someone who praised Robert Mugabe, who starved to death his people about power. Maybe another lecture about power.
David, we're not going to do that, okay?
You insulted me personally that I'm arrogant of power.
David, we're not going there. We're not going there.
Jonathan.
All right,
Jonathan,
I'm just going to, for the record, I'm going to enter the names on the David Schwartz slate into the county committee.
Okay.
May I proceed, Madam Chair?
Proceed, Mr. Maslow.
We're now going to deal with the 51st Assembly District.
Thank you.
I have a slate of nominees by Julio Pena. Mr. Pena nominated one person at large and 38 individual election district nominees. I also have a slate signed by Arelis Martinez. Ms. Martinez nominated 0 people for at large and 89 people in individual election districts. Now, there were districts that overlapped. In the event that the 18 people on the Julio Pena slate were moved to vacant election districts where there was no nominee.
Aaron, Mr. Maslow, you're gonna have to unmute. You're gonna have to unmute yourself. Mr.
Sorry.
Maslow. Okay.
I
there you go.
apologize so much. I'm
I
sorry.
tried to deal with the echo.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Distracted. My chest is hurting me again, and I don't have my medicine up here. It's downstairs. So I'm just going to repeat myself. I'm sorry if I'm a little shaky. Here's where we are. We have the 51st Assembly District, where the Julio Pena slate has one at-large nominee and 38 individual nominees. The Arelis Martinez slate has 0 at-large nominees and 89 individual election district nominees. 18 of the Julio Pena nominees could be fitted in election districts where they are vacant. I believe someone spoke to Arelis Martinez and she was amenable to that. Am I correct, Mr. Harkavy?
I spoke with Ms. Martinez and she told me that she was amenable.
So I will ask Mr. Pena if you would be willing to move the 18 where there are contests against Ms. Martinez to individual election districts where there are no people. And the reason I dealt with it that way was because you had 18 and she had 26, and it's easier to move 18 than 26. Would you be amenable to doing that, Mr. Pena?
Yes. And I'd just like to point out for the record, because, you know, Ms. Martinez isn't here, that we did have a conversation about this 2 months ago to try to avoid this very situation. And our goal was to submit one slate, and I thought we did that, but apparently that's not what ended up happening. So I'm amenable to moving those.
Is it the will of the committee that I read those 18 names, or we can forego that?
You can forego that. Thank you very much, Mr. Maslow.
In light of that, and by the way, just so everybody knows, the proposed moves are at the end of the PDF compilation. I don't know what page it's at, but we had the nominations first and any proposed moves came at the end. They should be in your packet. In light of that, there are no longer any contests, but we would have to have a vote because now it becomes an uncontested situation. If you could ask if there's any opposition, if there isn't, then we would deem them elected.
Is there any opposition to the agreed upon slate in the 51st? Mr. Pena graciously agreeing to move some of his people so that unanimity can be achieved. Is there anybody objecting?
I move that we, for the purpose of a motion, I move that we seat the members of the 51st Assembly District as the county committee has identified.
Is there a second?
Second.
I second it.
Okay, are there any objections to the seating of these people?
Question?
Mr. Oliveros, yes?
Yeah, thank you. Would this merge include Julia's Schedule A for at-large appointments?
Yes, this is all, there's no conflicts. It's an uncontested slate.
Beautiful, thank you.
Does anybody have any objection or any other questions? Seeing none, there are no objections, Mr. Maslow. Joe, were you trying to say something?
Yes, the record will reflect that the two slates will be elected to the county committee, subject to the moving of the people as per the chart from the Pena slate to open positions. So there is no conflict.
I just have a question as to why this one is different in filling vacancies with unanimous consent and the previous ones weren't, where we felt those had to be filled by the county committee, but these were okay for the executive committee.
The reason is, Mr. Bova, because I had nomination papers in front of me and in effect we're approving modifications of the official nomination papers.
Okay, just seems a little hypocritical to me, but what do I know?
It was,
Thank you.
Joe, unfortunately, after 12 o'clock, before we passed this rule, we were not able to take resubmissions. So we had to work with what the unchanged papers.
Well, for the good of the party, that's good.
Madam Chair, may I proceed with the next assembly district with a special situation?
She said yes.
In the 53rd Assembly District, I have a slate submitted by Samuel Oliveris and 5 members of the county committee. And they have nominated 3 people for at-large and 19 people in individual election districts.
Mr. Maslow, point of, I thought that was in the slate of uncontested.
Yes, I'm giving a report to the chair on
Okay,
what was
sorry.
filed.
Oh,
Okay.
perfect.
And it's also noted that Zamir Kali might appear under a previous name, Nandani Bharat. For our public records, the name on the record should be Zamir Kali. Thanks in advance, Sammy Nemmer. That's the Sammy Oliveris slate. I also have a slate submitted, signed by Maritza Davila, in which there are 0 people for at-large and 21 members in individual election districts. There were, the Oliveris slate had 2 people who were in conflict with the Maritza slate, Mina Miller and Sarah Wee. If they were moved to the 1st and 2nd election districts respectively, there would be no further contest. This is similar to the prior situation. Is that agreeable to Mr. Oliveris?
Yes, as earlier today. Yes, it's
okay.
They should be moved to their no conflict.
Okay,
It's just one slate. Mm-hmm.
And the sheet containing the moves is also attached somewhere at the end of your package. That being the situation, it would call for a motion to approve the merged slates as being uncontested.
So moved.
Well, Josh, you have to make a motion. We can't make motions. Josh makes the motion to move the slate.
I make the motion to move the slate. Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Lauren Ipel, second. There's a motion to accept the new unanimous slate, the new uncontested slate from the 53rd Assembly District. Are there any objections? Without hearing any objections, Mr. Maslow, nothing has been objected to. So note that slate has been accepted.
So noted. Okay, the next Assembly District with a special situation is the 54th Assembly District. In the 54th Assembly District, I have a slate submitted by Arlene Alvarado Macala as a district leader state committee person. This slate has 0 people for at-large and 82 people in individual election districts. I also have a slate signed by 5 people, actually 6 people: Yemi Torres, Chris Marchena, Chelsea Hill, Matthew Duell, Siobhan Ebert, and Ophelia Rivas. And this has 3 people for at-large positions and 12 people in individual election districts. Three nominees. I'm going to call it the Yemi Torres slate. 3 nominees on the Yemi Torres slate are not in opposition to anybody on the McCalla slate. 9 nominees on the Yemi Torres slate did oppose people from the McCalla slate, but they could be moved into open positions. If that were done, there would be no contest. Is Ms. McCalla here present?
We have
Yes,
both
here.
Ms. McCalla and Mr. Delan, they're both co-leaders.
Is Mr. Delan here?
Yes.
Okay, is it agreeable to both of you to just the people that would move off the Torres slate into open positions so there would be no contest?
I have no objection with the merger.
No, no objection.
Okay, this too, the proposed changes are at the end of the packet somewhere. Then that would be a similar situation. Would someone make a motion to accept the now uncontested slates?
I make a motion to accept.
Laurie Nipel makes a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Sue Ann seconds.
Yes.
Do I hear any objection to the newly uncontested slate in the 54th Assembly District? Seeing and hearing no objection, Mr. Maslow, please note that I've seen and heard no objection, and therefore the slate has been accepted.
Okay, so noted. The next Assembly District is the 55th Assembly District. And in this Assembly District, I have 3 slates. I have a slate signed by Darlene Mealy. It contains 4 people for at-large positions and 56 people in individual election districts. I have a slate signed by Anthony Jones, and it contains 0 people for at-large positions and 57 people in individual election districts. The third slate has been submitted by 5 people: Phyllis Ellington, Miriam Robertson, Ernestina Montero, Janice Morgan, and Yvette Rouget. This slate nominates 12 people. These 12 people are in opposition to people already nominated on the Mealy and Jones slates, creating a contest. So there would be a vote. The Mealy and Jones slates are not in contest. They are what you call compatible. So this would be a vote either for Mealy Jones or for Phyllis Ellington's slate. This would require a vote.
Mrs. Robinson, with your permission, I will call the roll. Okay, Brad Reed.
Mealy Jones.
Laurie Maslow.
Jones.
Mealy Jones?
Sorry, Millie Jones.
Okay. Josh Pierre, proxy Laurie Maslow.
Millie Jones.
Rodney Spichat, proxy Laurie Maslow.
Millie Jones.
Edu Hermelin.
Mealy Jones.
Shirley Patterson.
Millie Jones.
Doug Schneider.
Abstain.
Laurie Nipel.
Mealy Jones.
Margarita Kagan, proxy Laurie Maslow.
Millie Jones.
Ari Kagan.
Mealy Jones.
Dion Jordan.
Millie Jones.
Mark Traeger, proxy Laurie Maslow.
Millie Jones.
Nancy Tong.
Millie Jones.
Charlie Ragusa, proxy Nancy Tong.
Millie Jones.
Sharon Fuchs, proxy David Schwartz.
Mealy Jones.
David Schwartz.
Mealy Jones.
Joseph Bova. Joe Bova?
He has to unmute.
Yep.
Mr. Bova, you have to unmute.
Jones Mealy.
Okay. Victoria Kelly, proxy Joseph, Bova Joseph.
She votes Mealy Jones. Nothing personal, darling.
Emil Bazile.
Abstain.
Christina Naplatarski.
Abstain.
Arelis Martinez, proxy, Lori Maslow.
Millie Jones.
Julio Pena.
Abstain.
Jesse Pierce.
Abstain.
Josh Scaller.
Abstain.
Sammy Oliveris.
Abstain.
Maritza Davila.
I'm abstaining because I really don't know much about the district. I haven't spoken to the district leader, so I'm abstaining.
Eric Delon.
Mr. Delon has to unmute.
Here,
How do you vote, Mr. Delon?
I had a family phone call. Could you repeat the item that I'm voting on?
Mr. Delon, we have competing slates in the 55th Assembly District. The choice is either Mealy Jones or the Phyllis Ellington slate.
Mealy Jones.
Thank you. Arlene Alvarado.
Millie Jones.
Darlene Mealy.
May I explain my vote?
Sure.
I just want to just say we've been working together no matter what with the 55th, but all these people have been meeting since February, right before the pandemic, and these slots would not have been open if the pandemic did not happen. So I just hope that all my colleagues vote for this slate, that all our people can be a part of this process with being county committees. And now that my club knows what county committees are really about, it was only that they couldn't get the signatures because the governor cut it off earlier than expected. So I just want to say thank you. And I hope that you could vote for this slate, and I vote for Jones and Mealy.
You mean Mealy Jones?
Exactly.
Anthony Jones, proxy, Sue Ann Parnell.
I'll have to do Jones and Mealy also because it's for Anthony Jones. So Jones and Mealy.
Annette Robinson. You have to unmute. I could read your lips, but the record needs to reflect it.
Millie Jones. Millie
Okay,
Jones.
Henry Butler.
Billy Jones.
Shaquana Boykin.
Abstain.
Walter Mosley, proxy, Shaquana Boykin.
Abstain.
Corey Provost. Melba Brown, proxy, Lori Maslow.
Millie Jones.
Frank Sedio. Frank, you need to unmute.
How about now? First of all, I want to say, Darlene, I like the jacket you added to your outfit tonight. Looks great. And I vote for Mealy Jones.
Thank you. Sue Ann Partnow.
Mealy Jones.
Charles Barron.
Abstain.
Inez Barron.
Abstain.
Christopher McCrate, proxy, Lori Maslow.
Jones Mealy.
Joanne Seminara, proxy, Josh Scaller.
Abstain.
The Mealy Jones Mealy slate got 28 ayes. There were no votes for the Ellington slate and 13 abstentions. Let the record reflect that the Jones Mealy Jones slate was the choice of this body.
You have to unmute.
Okay, with your permission, so noted. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll proceed to the 56th Assembly District.
Proceed, Mr. Maslow.
In the 56th Assembly District, I received 2 nominating slates. The first slate was signed by Henry Butler, and it has 0 people for at-large, as well as 276 names in election districts. I also received a slate signed by 5 people: Kirsten S. Rockerman, James Charles McNamee, Maria Isabel Barva, Miles R. Peterson, and Lauren I. Harris. I received a text from Ms. Rockerman, who made one of the nominations. And with your permission, I'm going to put her on speakerphone because I believe she wants to make a change to, or she may have a comment on it. Is that okay, Madam Chair?
The chair signals yes.
All right. Mr. Butler. All right, 1 minute. Mr. Butler, I'm going to need you to unmute yourself. Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to first ask Ms. Rockerman. You have 2 people for at-large whom you've nominated. Are you retaining Angela LaScala Grunwald and Paige Havener as at-large people?
Yes.
She says yes. Mr. Butler, do you wish to comment on the fact that she nominated those 2 people and you do not have anyone for those at-large positions?
We have no objection to those 2 people being put in the at-large position.
Okay. And we do have, though, Lacey Taub, Sarah Hodges. Oh, Jared Arata, who is on Ms. Rockerman's list, is already on Mr. Butler's list. So there's 5 people: Lacey Taub, Sarah Hodges, Emily Allen Anderson, Daniel McCombie, and Monet Prilino, who are on Ms. Rockerman's list, who are opposing Mr. Butler's nominees. May I suggest that the 2 at-large for Ms. Rockerman's list be voted on separately without opposition from Mr. Henry or anyone else? Is that the feeling of this committee?
I have no objection.
Does anybody else object?
Is there a motion to accept the 2 nominees and take them up on a separate matter?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Adu Hermelin, second. The question before the House is, shall we just take up the 2 nominees not contested by Mr. Butler for the at-large seats?
Before you take that, I'm just curious, on the 2 at-large people, does anyone know, are they binary members? Are they, do they fit the category that we have been speaking about all night for these 4 members?
I don't know if
I'm
you
just
can
curious.
Okay, Ms. Rockerman, an inquiry was posed by Mr. Sedio as to whether these people fulfill the goal of the at-large that they be who do not identify as male or female. Do you wish to respond?
They petitioned to be members of county committee on petitions that did not have male or female designated and were thrown out and not allowed to appear on the ballot.
Did everybody hear that?
No, could you repeat it?
Yes. Ms. Rockerman stated that these 2 people, Angela LaScala Grunwald and Paige Havener, were individuals who filed designating petitions without designating agenda because they were unable to designate agenda, and they were removed from the ballot by the Board of Elections. If you vote to seat them, I don't know if they were in the lawsuit or not earlier this spring. If you vote to seat them, they will be fulfilling at-large positions in this assembly district.
Okay.
All right. I
Are
guess
there any objections to the seating of Angela Greenwald and Paige as 2 at-large individuals in the 56th Assembly District? Seeing and hearing no objection, Mr. Maslow, you may note that.
I note that Angela LaScala Grunwald and Paige Havener have been elected to at-large positions on the county committee for the 56th Assembly District. We still have to deal with the fact that there are 5 nominees. I'm not including Mr. Rader as the 6th because he's already on Mr. Butler's slate. 5 nominees: Lacey Taub, Sarah Hodges, Emily Allen Anderson, Daniel McCombie, and Monet Prilino. They are in opposition to Mr. Butler's slate. We will need a vote to vote on the Rockerman slate now or the Butler slate.
Madam Chair, with your permission, I will call the roll.
Before you do that,
okay,
I just want to make everyone know this is actually the Butler and Annette Robinson slate.
Yes, I only refer to it because you signed the nominating papers.
I understand. I just wanted to get clarity on that.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
But since she controls whether we call the vote, we'll defer to Mrs. Robinson or whatever she'd like. Ms. Robinson, you're good if I call the roll. Brad Reed.
Butler.
Lori Maslow.
Lori Maslow has to unmute.
Mr. Butler.
Thank you. Josh Pierre, proxy Lori Maslow.
Mr. Butler.
Rodney Spachat, proxy Lori Maslow.
Mr. Butler.
Edu Hermelin.
Mr. Butler.
Shirley Patterson.
Butler.
Doug Schneider.
I abstain for the reasons previously stated.
Lori Nipel.
Butler. Ted Robinson.
Margarita Kagan, proxy Lori Maslow.
Mr. Butler.
Ari Kagan.
Henry Butler.
Deion Jordan, proxy Lori, Deion Jordan.
Henry Butler.
Thank you. Mark Traeger, proxy Lori Maslow.
Robinson Butler.
Nancy Tong.
Butler.
Okay. Charles Ragusa, proxy Nancy Tong.
Butler.
Sharon Fuchs, proxy David Schwartz.
Butler.
David Schwartz.
I know Henry is a bridge builder and I trust him, so I'll give him my vote. Henry Butler.
Thank you. Joseph Bova.
Robinson Butler.
Victoria Kelly, proxy Joe Bova.
Robinson Butler.
Emil Bazile.
Abstain.
Christina Napotarski.
Abstain.
Arelis Martinez, proxy Lori Maslow.
Robinson Butler.
Julio Pena.
Abstain.
Jesse Pierce.
Abstain.
Mr. Scalar.
Abstain.
Sammy Oliveris.
Abstain.
Maritza Davila.
I will execute Maritza Davila as my female co-leader, and I will abstain as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric DeLong.
Hey guys, sorry. All kind of stuff going on, family obligations. What is the choice again?
It is the the Butler Robinson, Robinson Butler slate, or the Rockerman slate.
Butler Robinson.
Thank you. Arlene Alvarado.
I'm with my partner there. I was not paying attention.
It's the Butler Robinson, Robinson Butler slate, or the Rockerman slate.
Butler Robinson.
Thank you. Miss Mealy.
I think it's going to be on again.
Robinson Butler.
Anthony Jones, proxy Sue Ann Partnow.
Robinson Butler.
Mrs. Robinson.
Butler Robinson.
Now we know. Henry Butler.
Robinson Butler.
Shaquana Boykin.
Abstain.
Walter Mosley, proxy Shaquana Boykin.
Abstain.
Corey Provost. Melba Brown, proxy Lori Maslow.
Butler.
Frank Sedio.
Robinson Butler.
Sue Ann Partnow.
Robinson Butler.
Charles Barron.
Abstain.
Inez Barron.
Abstain.
Christopher McCrate, proxy Lori Maslow.
Robinson Butler.
Joanne Seminara, proxy Josh Scalar.
Abstain.
Let the record reflect that the Butler Robinson slate received 28 ayes. There were no votes for the Rockerman slate, and there were 13 abstentions.
How many for Robinson Butler?
Thank you. I would just like to put on the record.
You beat him in that.
I believe we have two at-large positions available. Am I correct on that, Mr. Maslow?
You have to mute.
Aaron, you need to unmute.
Sorry about that. Once this is this was the last one, and I was going to ask clarification from the committee because we said that at-large was still open until Saturday at 9 p.m. and we allowed the 58th and 50th. So I need to get a sense after this from the committee as to what we do with those slates that come in. So, but to answer your question, yes, there are now 2 vacancies still in the at-large.
Okay, I just want to put on the record, Ms. Robinson and I will look to fill those 2 spots with 2 non-binary individuals for the 56th district.
So those of us who withdrew our original at-large still have till Saturday night?
Yes, at 9 p.m.
9
Did we officially, Mr. Harkavy, did we officially announce that the Butler slate prevailed?
Yes, we did. The Butler slate had 28 votes. The Rockerman slate had no votes, and there were 13 abstentions.
Okay, Ms. Robinson, that concludes the assembly districts where there were either conflicts or special situations. I now seek guidance from the committee as to what to do with any slates that come in by 5 p.m. tomorrow from Melba Brown or Walter Mosley, and any further at-large slates that come in by Saturday at 9 p.m. Do we deem them elected automatically? Otherwise, if we'll have to have another meeting of the executive committee. And again,
Mr. Maslow,
I believe this would take a unanimous vote because, again, we are suspending the rules.
right.
Why does it have to be a unanimous vote?
Because the rules say that there has to be a vote by the executive committee on nominations.
So if we had a motion tonight to seat them, couldn't that work?
Well, you would be contravening the rules. So the only way you contravene the rules is if you do it unanimously. Otherwise, they would be, even though you extended the deadline to submit the slate, they would be in limbo unless there's an executive committee meeting to vote on them.
And so you're saying we couldn't have a vote tonight that would probably pass by about 28 to 13, with nobody opposing.
No, if you vote specifically, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. If you vote specifically to seat them, you are casting a vote tonight. That does not have to be unanimous.
Okay. So I would make a motion that we seat, so long as there's no conflict, with sitting delegate, with already seated county committee members, that we accept them. This way avoiding a meeting.
Just to clarify, Mr. Bova, you mean the 58th from Melba Brown? And,
I do.
And
Mosley's slate.
And Walter Mosley's slate. And at large from any district?
Yes. Yes.
That don't already compete with people whom we elected tonight.
Correct. As long as everybody's going into a vacant slot.
So just to clarify, Joe, what happens if there for some reason does end up being a conflict?
Keep Sunday night open.
Okay, that's what so if there is no conflict, then we're pre-approving. If there is a conflict, then it's going to require a subsequent vote.
How else could you do it?
Yeah, no, that's why I just wanted to make sure that, everybody was on the same page and just that we dealt with that.
Nothing up my sleeve.
You should wear short sleeves from now on, so I know.
He's going to let it disappear. You guys could laugh. It's okay. It's. That's my motion.
Do we have a?
Maybe if Doug seconds it, we can have some unanimity.
I'll second it, Joe.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to accept, if valid, the submissions by Walter Mosley, Melba Brown, and any district leader / state committee people who have not filled their 4 at-large slots by Saturday at 9 p.m.
And I assume, Mr. Harkavy, that means if they partially filled it, they could fill the remainder, correct?
Yes,
I thought it was only relating to the to the ones that are tomorrow, not the ones for
Yeah,
Saturday.
yeah. You can't fill, I can't fill the balance of mine. Mine are in, that's it.
I'm
No,
talking
I
about the
believe we're
at-large,
talking about
not
the at-large
at-large.
seats.
Oh, the at-large, okay, I'm sorry.
Mr.
But I
Schneider,
thought
we're
that-
talking about,
I thought we were, because pre-voting on the large slates versus pre-voting on the at-large, pre-voting on the regular slate versus pre-voting on the at-large are two very different things. Because there are just different issues that are involved with the at-large seats that I want to be able to ensure are that we stay on those and that we make sure that they're being used for the reasons that they're supposed to be used for. And the only way I'll know that is to be able to see and if necessary ask questions about the people filling those slots. So
But why should a district be shortchanged if you can't? If myself and the Barons, obviously we both withdrew, if between now and Saturday at 9 o'clock we can't find anybody, why should we be disenfranchised on those 4 votes? I don't mean to speak for you. I'm just using.
I don't understand, Joe. If you withdrew those names,
yeah,
then you wouldn't be, if you don't then find somebody in the transgender, non-binary, gender non-conforming, a person to fill that slot, then it remains vacant. You're not in any way disenfranchised because those seats wouldn't have existed, but for the desire to fill them with.
Yes, but another district would get 4 more seats than
because only if somebody else filled them, only if somebody else decided that to fill those with people that aren't from the community that they're intended for. You know what I mean? Like,
I hear you, I understand you, and I even understand the spirit of where you're going. But unfortunately, I'm just thinking practically as a district leader to protect my own district. It looks like I'm getting, in order to do the right thing and uphold the spirit of the rule, if I can't find anybody,
yeah,
I'm losing 4 possible votes on a totally other different issue, non-related to what we're talking about.
The flip side is true for me too, right? If I choose not to fill those seats because I'm not willing to fill them with people who are of a binary gender, and somebody else does not have that same principle and fills them with people that do have a binary gender, then they're getting 4 more votes than right.
Yeah.
We are on the same coin basically.
Yeah.
We just have to find a resolution to that.
But you're making me feel like I'm a bad guy if I fill.
No, the opposite, Joe. The opposite.
Can we actually call some hands here?
Mr. Scala desires to be recognized.
Scott, Josh, don't you have the button? I don't know.
We also have Mr. and Mrs. Barron who pushed the button.
But Mr. Scala raised his hand. He was waving it.
Jonathan.
Yes.
Do we have a motion on the floor at this time?
I think that was the question. People were trying to clarify what the motion was.
Okay, perhaps in the interest of expediting this, we should have first a motion. Let's deal with a motion, perhaps, that the names on the Melba Brown and Walter Mosley slate, to the extent that they appear on their nominating papers by 5 p.m. tomorrow, they are deemed elected. That's one motion.
Right.
So let's do that motion.
That's the motion I seconded.
Okay, Frank put the motion out. Doug Schneider seconded it. I'm going to ask, are there any objections?
Can I get a word in here? Like, I've had my hand up for a while. I'd like to speak.
Josh Scalar on the motion.
I want to address Joe's concern about being disadvantaged by 4 votes. If we're just talking about raw votes and we take
Point of order, Josh, we're not discussing that motion right now. We're
now.
talking about a motion to approve the Mosley, the 58 and the Mosley Slate for tomorrow night. That's what's on the floor right now.
And the Melba Brown.
Apologies. I'll hold. Apologies.
We have
So
two
let's
other
vote on
hands. Mr. and Mrs. Barron, are you guys on, you put your hands down. And Lori Nipel, do you want to talk on this motion?
No, the next one. I just wanted a point of information. If all the votes are weighted and each assembly district has a certain number of weights, do those 4 get included in that one weight? Does it get how does that work?
They're not weighted.
The rules provide that they have 1 vote.
Period.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Sedio, second
No, by Mr. Bova. Joe made that motion.
Okay.
I just made the motion.
A motion by Mr. Bova, seconded by Mr. Schneider, that would deem, provided there are no conflicts, the Walter Mosley slate and the Melba Moore slate for the 58th.
Melba Brown.
Melba Brown, sorry. I started early. It's been a long day. Anything accepted at 5 o'clock having been deemed accepted by the executive committee, received by 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Right.
Are there any objections to this motion?
And with respect to, just to clarify, the Mosley slate, only to the extent it does not conflict with anyone else we already elected from that assembly district tonight.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
Any objections? Seeing no objections, I'm noting no objections, Mr. Maslow.
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Harkavy, I assume you'll notify as soon as possible Mr. Mosley and Ms. Brown to submit their slates. And perhaps you can give them the template again to expedite it.
My first step after this meeting will be the bathroom. My second step will be to call those 2 members.
Okay, that leaves the committee to give us guidance, the secretarial staff guidance on what to do about submissions by Saturday, 9 p.m. for still open at-large positions.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Maslow, is there any other business tonight?
That would be the last item of business.
That would be the last item of business?
Yes. Clarification from the executive committee as to what to do with any slates received by us by 9 p.m. Saturday night for at-large positions that have not yet been filled.
I believe that with that being said, based on Doug Snyder's remarks, I believe that we have to see how we can work to put things in place in terms of the non-binary positions that people are supposed to be a part of that slate. So I guess we would have to talk to those people that submit people to find out whether or not these people fit categories. That's all I'm thinking.
Yeah,
how do you do that without insulting somebody?
I've
never asked that question to anybody. I mean,
That's exactly what I was going to bring up, a matter of privacy. That these 4 slots were created for the disenfranchised, who we are trying to be at the table with us. But as Doug mentioned before, that he would want to ask questions. That to me would be a violation of privacy and a reason why someone in that population that we are trying to reach and to get at the table would shy away. So it is an open, 4 open seats that we are each being given. We voted on, and to say that you want to know who they are and question them, to me, is a tremendous violation of privacy.
Well, I think that to answer some of, I'm sorry, Chief, there was a question to me, so if I could be recognized.
No, there wasn't a question. It was just a statement based on what you expressed. That's all. So I was just saying that how do we know whether or not the people that are put into those at-large positions fit the categories that have been assigned? So that's my question.
Okay.
So how do we certify that?
You don't. Nobody needs certification. That's not what the rule requires. In terms of filling the slots. I mean, hopefully, especially for people who are allies, that you reach out to the community. And I can tell you, one of the district leaders who is not my district added a name that I saw, which is somebody that I contacted, I contacted somebody who contacted this person and added them, and that's how it's done. What I'm really saying is that you got to come to this in good faith, and some of my initial statement, going back to when I pointed out some of this stuff, was that some of these names, it's one thing if we don't know, but it's another thing if we do, right? I mean, putting people on the list that you affirmatively know are not, that you affirmatively know are gender conforming, then that's very different than there being a question, right? You knew that you were putting these names on. You knew you weren't trying to fulfill the spirit of the rule. And I really, really respect people who had second thoughts and withdrew their name.
But that's not true, because I'll speak for myself. My people were gender conforming because I couldn't find anybody, and I felt that my district was being shortchanged. And I don't feel guilty about it. I understand your point, and I'm willing to concede. But the bottom line is, perhaps you, perhaps me, perhaps Charles and Inez, we're shortchanged by 4 votes. It may not care to some. It may care to others. Maybe it's more that I'm making it, but it's just something that I feel that I'm being put at a loss because I may not have a constituency.
No, I understand.
That lends
you and I
itself.
are on the same page, and it's why
I even have to watch my words because I don't want to insult anybody.
I understand, and you and I are on the same page. It's why I didn't, why I think these at-large seats are problematic to begin with. Josh, I'll yield to you. I saw you wanted to speak.
Oh, Madam Chairperson, I'd like to speak as well. I'd like to ask a point of information.
Mr. Sedio, Mr. Scala is next, followed by Mr. Nipel. I will add you to a list.
Thank you.
This meeting's almost 11 o'clock.
Josh Scala has to unmute.
It's almost 11.
Sorry. A lot of things going on. I just want to address Joe's point about being disadvantaged in terms of the raw vote. And I just want to get back to a couple things about these at-large positions. And I think we have to let go of a mathematically level playing field on these votes. The 52nd is automatically disadvantaged by these at-large positions because, of course, it's a flat number of positions allotted, whereas that changes the ratio of votes between our two districts. And obviously the 52nd should control more votes because of the size of the district. So we already have a disequal playing field. In addition, if the county committee is really called to vote upon to fill vacancies, and these vacancies exist in overlapping Senate districts, let's say, or judicial districts, these at-large positions, I'm not sure what we do with them. They're not allocated geographically to any particular ED or within a district. So if you have a partially overlapping state Senate district, you may or may not include these at-large positions. I have no idea how we're going to handle that.
Yeah, but they're on my county committee, so They're part of the 49th Assembly District.
Can I finish? So the point I'm just trying to make is that if you really want to get hung up on parity in the vote, then we could go there. But then I would have to ask you to give up one of your seats, or I would have to ask you for an extra seat. And that it gets very complicated very quickly. That's all.
Point taken.
Jonathan?
We have Lori Nipel. Who had her
Any
hand
other
up.
business?
Again,
Business,
before,
Jonathan?
yeah, before we leave tonight, we're gonna, the secretarial staff needs guidance. In the event you do not vote to elect the people in advance, their nominations will remain open, subject to the chair calling another meeting. If there is another meeting, so be it. If there is none, then those nominations will lapse.
Am I up yet?
Go ahead.
I have a point of information. How many districts haven't filled the four at-large seats yet? Of the 21, how many haven't done it?
Well, some did partially. Do you want me to count? How do you want me to count the partial?
Let's count the ones that have filled it so far. How many?
Completely. Okay, completely. I'll tell you how many completely. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 filled them completely.
And that's not including the ones that withdrew them, Aaron?
Correct.
So we have 17 districts that either have partially filled them or are waiting to fill them completely. Okay, so do we have a motion on the floor right now about this matter?
And actually, in the 58th, I assume that in the 58th, when you voted to accept the slate, that would include the at-large, because there was nothing from the 58th. And
I think that's correct.
And in the 57th, Mr. Mosley would have the opportunity to submit 2 at-large by tomorrow. So if you get them out of the way, I think the number that you were trying to get to goes down.
Well, except for the fact that for those 4 seats, the deadline's not tomorrow. The deadline is Saturday for everybody, regardless of whether you're in the 57th or 58th. So I would object to your interpretation because everybody's
It wasn't my
at large.
It wasn't my interpretation. I was seeking guidance from the committee how to deal with it.
Well, I would suggest that the 57th and 58th are for the 4 at-large seats would not be due until Saturday at 9 p.m. as with every other district leader.
Okay, just so.
And again, a point of information: do we have a motion on the floor right now with regard to the at-large delegates?
No.
Then I make a motion at this time that the body approve the at-large delegates that are submitted by the various district leaders by the 9 p.m. deadline on Saturday, and that they be approved today as we approve tomorrow's votes.
Ms.
Frank,
Pierce,
can you state that, Frank?
Okay, I make a motion that the body approve the at-large delegates that are appointed or submitted to Jonathan by 9 p.m. Saturday night tonight. That provided that there's no contest, which there shouldn't be. That provided that there were no contests, that the body approve the at-large delegates that are submitted for the county committee by 9 p.m. on Saturday. That we do that now.
Ms. Robinson, Jessie Pierce has had her hand up before this motion came up.
I have a motion, so take the second, and then point of order, get a second, and then we'll go on to any discussion.
Jonathan, do we have a second on the motion made by Frank?
I don't know. Do we have a second?
Second.
We now have a second.
Okay, now we can have a discussion.
I have a discussion on the motion. Ms. Pierce.
Hello. So I want to comment on some of the leaders expressing reservation about how to approach the community, and just maybe not knowing language, which I think makes a lot of sense, especially if this is a new community that is being reached out to. And I at least just want to take the time to say that it is completely appropriate to ask people's preferred pronouns. Maybe not not their gender, but you can, of course, ask for preferred pronouns. And I would just make the suggestion that these seats are available to people who maybe wish to not disclose a gender, or you're just giving people the option, and you can present them, for example, as accessible to TGNC and non-binary people. This is some language that I think there are a couple of us who are a little bit more comfortable in this space, and we could possibly provide to other leaders who can maybe use a little bit of assistance. And it might just be the fact that you are actively presenting this as an option for people within your district, and they didn't know. And so they may take you up on it just by presenting the option. So that's just something that I wanted to share with anyone, and also volunteer to help with that language for anyone who maybe feels uncomfortable.
Thank you very much, Jesse. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Is there any other further business?
We need a vote on the
Aaron,
motion.
is there any further-
Yes, we need a vote on the motion by Mr. Setti.
On that motion.
All right, I'll call the roll. Calling the roll.
Can you read the motion again? I'm sorry.
My understanding of the motion is that that the executive committee is pre-approving to seat on the county committee any of the names on the slate submitted by Saturday night at 9 p.m. that have nominations for at-large positions which do not already conflict with those who already were seated tonight. In a similar situation to what was done for Mr. Mosley and Melba Brown with their election districts.
Right, okay.
That's correct. That's my motion. And we have a second.
Jonathan, roll please.
Brad Reed.
Yes.
Lori Maslow.
I would like to say thank you to
We gotta
Jesse
vote,
Rios.
right? Yeah, by the way, this woman doesn't shut.
Frank needs to shut himself, mute himself.
As I was saying, I would like to say thank you to Jesse Pierce for that guidance. As Brad and I have been trying to find people who would fit the category of the 4 at large. And if you do know anyone who lives in the 41st, if you could please get in touch with either one of us to help us, because we are actively using good faith. And before I cast my vote, I want to say that I believe that every single one of my colleagues here is going to be acting on good faith, and that we are going to do our very best. And with that, I vote yes.
Josh Pierre, proxy Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Rodney Spachat, proxy Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Edu Hermelin.
Yes.
Shirley Patterson. Shirley still with us? I have a proxy Shirley Patterson, proxy Edu Hermelin.
Yes.
Doug Schneider.
I am voting no. I believe that this is a bad solution to a problem that I think we could have worked out a better solution. I fully agree with Joe Bova. I think that we are saying the same thing. And I just find this resolution a problematic way of dealing with it. So I vote no.
Thank you. Lori Nipel.
I vote yes. I hope that the leaders go with the intent of the 4 appointments, and to vote no would be to disenfranchise people because there will be no time for a meeting. So I vote yes.
Margarita Kagan, proxy Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Ari Kagan,
Yes.
Dion Jordan,
Yes.
Mark
Yes.
Traeger, proxy Lori Maslow,
Yes.
Nancy Tong,
Yes.
Charles Ragusa, proxy Nancy Tong,
Yes.
Sharon Fuchs, proxy David Schwartz. David, you need to unmute. David Schwartz. Okay. Joe Bova.
Well, as usual, Doug and I travel different roads to get to the same result. I think it's a pretty good temporary solution. I vote yes.
Victoria Kelly, proxy Joe Bova.
Yes.
Emil Bazile.
I vote yes.
Christine Napotarski.
I vote yes.
Arelis Martinez, proxy Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Julio Pena.
No.
Jesse Pierce.
I will vote yes, but also with reservation.
Thank you. Josh Scala.
No.
Sammy Oliveris.
Will vote yes, reminding everyone, reiterating and trusting that my colleagues, as Nipel said, will do this in an honor system and really make sure that these seats are reserved for marginalized, underrepresented community. And I would not like to eliminate their opportunity to be represented. So yes.
Maritza Davila, proxy Sammy Oliveris.
Yes.
Eric DeLong.
Yes.
Arlene Alvarado.
Yes.
Darlene Mealy.
Yes.
Anthony Jones, proxy Sue Ann Partnow.
Yes.
Annette Robinson.
Yes.
Henry Butler. Proxy Annette Robinson.
Yes.
Shaquana Boykin.
Just to clarify, we are pre-approving the at-large votes for Saturday, so we won't have another meeting?
Correct. Yes.
Yes.
And if this doesn't pass, then we're gonna have another meeting?
It would be up to the chair of the executive committee.
Okay, I want to respect the process, so I'm not for just speeding things up just to speed things up. So sorry, I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Walter Mosley, proxy Ms. Boykin.
No.
Corey Provost. Melba Brown, proxy Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Frank Sedio.
Yes.
Sue Ann Partnow.
Yes.
Charles Barron.
Yeah.
Inez Barron.
Yes.
Chris McCrate, proxy Lori Maslow.
Yes.
Joanne Seminara, proxy Josh Scala. Josh, you need to unmute.
No. Sorry.
Is that no?
No.
Thank
Hear
you.
me? I said no for you. All right. No.
Thank you. The ayes have 33, the noes have 6. David Schwartz, are you here? Last chance. Ayes 33, noes 6. The motion passes. Madam Chair, I believe that concludes the items on today's agenda.
Mr. Harkavy, as co-secretarial staff, please send out an email advising people of the deadline for the at-large positions.
Right after my kidneys and I talk to Walter Mosley and Melba Brown, I will send that out.
Hey,
Point of order?
before we close, can I make one announcement?
I have a
On
point of order.
On Sunday night, December 6th at 5 p.m., I will be lighting my annual Christmas display on Flatlands Avenue and East 93rd Street. We're not going to, because of the coronavirus, we're not having a big event like we usually do, but we will have a smaller event, which people are invited to come. Street will be closed, and we ask that you wear masks, and please do social distancing. We are honoring the memory of all of those who died from the coronavirus this year, particularly a gentleman by the name of Frank Scolo, who was a local activist and owner of one of the local restaurants. We expect to be able to light the lights sharply at 5 o'clock. Thank you. If you wanted to come, you're welcome to join us, especially our new leaders. If you haven't been here before, come on down to Canarsie. You'll see something really special.
We have Josh Scaler. What a point of order.
Thank you. Just as a point of an order for Annette to maybe pass on to our leader before we break. I've noticed that we're coming up on 5 quarters since we've had a treasurer's report. So we're supposed to get one every quarter, and we agreed to do that. So I would like for us to have that as part of our next meeting. In particular, I would be interested to see what our legal expenses were as we continue to oppose in court our own county. Thank you.
Mr. Scaler, Ms. Robinson, if I may answer that, I actually ordered it from the account. It's going to be posted on the website probably tomorrow, no later than tomorrow afternoon.
It needs to be,
profit loss statement.
presented to the executive committee every quarter. That's the rule.
Right.
So,
And just a point of information, the legal fee was enormous. It was 5 zeros. No other numbers, just 5 zeros. That was the amount that that Abrams Fensterman charged us for all of our legal work.
I'm sure we paid other ways then. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's really disgusting, Josh. You know, you talk about being civil. You know, get a haircut. Huh? You look terrible.
Oh my.
Okay, ready? Hello, I would like to make a public announcement.
Frank, you've never looked better because no one can see you.
I would like to make a public announcement.
Mrs. Robinson, I think we should end this meeting.
I think so too.
I would like to make a public announcement. One last thing. Yes, maybe please be recognized.
Go ahead, Ms. Maslow.
The 41st Assembly District, we are moving forward and we are having our toy drive. We are not doing it. Obviously, we are not going to have our big bash that we always do. The letters are going out. I got them in my possession right before this meeting started. Brad and I are continuing the late Lou Fiddler's tradition, and we are asking for a monetary donation. You will all be getting a flyer and a letter from Brad and me in the mail. So we are having our Toys for Tots drive this year.
And to be clear, it's a monetary donation 100% to toys. It does not go to us. It goes to a not-for-profit. Every single dollar goes to toys.
Maybe Mr. Schneider could make an announcement about the task force meeting Monday night.
No, thank you.
Okay, I think we said one last announcement. Mrs. Robinson, with your permission, I'd like to end the meeting and cut off our video, please.
Motion to adjourn.